Chapter 1755. Lady Kaya had arrived on one of the official rescue ships. Ever since the light dispelled the darkness, the underwater city once again welcomed darkness. But this was the darkness of the deep-sea environment. Due to the outer shield of the underwater city being destroyed, the entire city was directly submerged by the deep-sea water. This was also the first time the people of the underwater city were so close to the environment they had always lived in. A transmission light connected the few people on the battlefield to the rescue ship. Looking at the Emperor and Riaz lying on the medical bed, Madame Kaya was obviously more concerned about her child. However, the Emperor's condition could not be ignored. The rescue ship brought along a doctor. After a silent and urgent examination, the military doctor with superb medical skills could not help but look a little gloomy. There's good news and bad news. The military doctor looked at the people crowded in the cabin. This young man's condition is just exhaustion. There's no danger to his life. But His Majesty, what's wrong with him? Lyoga grabbed the military doctor's collar. His Majesty's cells are rapidly deteriorating. The military doctor said with a pale face, I've never seen such a situation. It's like a nightlight that's about to run out of magic energy. Bullsh *T. The witch of the underwater city gritted her teeth and looked like she was about to throw the military doctor out, but in the end she slowly loosened her grip, immediately summoned all those qualified to practice medicine in the underwater city, even those who are still in school. He can't die. Madam Lyoga, forgive me for not being able to say things like, don't worry. The military doctor took a deep breath and said, but I'll do my best. I suggest that we temporarily freeze His Majesty's body. This may temporarily stop the aging of his cells. Do it. The witch of the underwater city waved her hand and agreed, then said, also, the Emperor's injury cannot be announced. You need to keep this a secret. I'll keep an eye on you. As she spoke, the witch of the underwater city directly activated the disguise tool on her wrist and once again disguised herself as Louis XXXX. Seeing this, the accompanying military doctor widened his eyes in shock. He was not afraid of Lyoga's current action, but the meaning behind it. Obviously, since the witch of the underwater city did not hide the fact that she was pretending to be the Emperor, it meant that he already needed to keep this a secret, perhaps with his life. The rescue ship slowly sailed into the underwater city that was now submerged by the sea. What is it? I can help you. Long Gang looked tired, but his eyes were full of energy as he asked, I do need you and Kaya's help. The undersea city which quickly said, Louis is down and so is Riaz, but we're still here. This is the underwater city that Louis protected with his life. I don't want to see it destroyed like this, so... The demoness directly appeared before Longang and Kaya and bowed. I hope you can help me rebuild the underwater city so that they can see it when they awaken. What are you saying? Longang waved his hand. Even if you don't say it, I will do it. Then give the order, Your Majesty. As you command, Your Majesty, Madame Kaya said softly. Boss Luo smiled. Perhaps one day, this civilization will once again be exposed to the light of day and walk freely. With an additional advanced civilization like this, aren't you afraid that the other countries in the world will be worried? Boss Luo chuckled. Come to think of it, with the people's ability to withstand the increase, they shouldn't be completely panicked. The bottom of the sea was the bottom of the sea. This was something that happened at the bottom of the sea. However, on land, the structure of the world was undergoing intense changes like a chemical reaction. The journey is about to end. Miss Maid glanced at the underwater city. This city was clearly no longer suitable for a holiday. There's still some small matters. Boss Luo nodded. Let's deal with them. It was a black, oval-shaped object. It looked like a black egg the size of a normal ostrich egg. Half of it was buried in the mud of the seabed. The other half that was exposed suddenly cracked open. Then a grayish-black creature that looked like a thin octopus crawled out with difficulty. Very soon, it crawled out of the eggshell and was rapidly absorbing something. It was the strands of black threads that drifted around in the deep sea. Its body began to grow slowly. I didn't expect that the creature created with the genes of blue blood would finally obtain this kind of evolution. The power of blue bloodline can already touch me. This was in a small part that it finally separated from itself. Shout as much as you want. New life, hope. When everything is moving towards a bright future, the sudden darkness will make it extremely fragile. Ha ha ha. Time was almost meaningless to it. As a spiritual body of fear, it was even immortal and difficult to be obliterated. Perhaps the next time it woke up from its deep sleep, it would be able to obtain a large wave of delicious food. But now, for it, perhaps the game had just begun. Therefore, it planned to find a place to sleep quietly. But at this moment, a faint fluctuation came from the deep sea. This fluctuation made it, who is sensitive, feel a terrible danger rapidly approaching in an instant. Its octopus-like body instantly began to paddle like a jellyfish. However, in an instant, a white bone palm directly appeared out of thin air and directly grabbed the body of this small creature. Number 08, you need to be recalled. When Sin heard this voice, it even caused fear to appear from the depths of its heart. As a spiritual body of fear, it instantly developed this inconceivable emotion. Who are you? Why do you know me? Me? I am the same as you. I was the same as you. Have you forgotten my voice? That voice slowly rang out, and then slowly dragged Sin into the distorted space. 03. You are 03. It was still struggling with all its might. A strong desire to escape was born. At this moment, it was at its weakest and most powerless. Do you remember now? It's good that you remember. This can save a lot of trouble. Little by little, half of Sin S body had been directly dragged into the distorted space. It was already in despair. I seemed to have heard the call of a guest. Then, a gentle voice quietly rang out beside it. Guest, is there anything you need? It instantly opened its eyes wide, and the communication between the two minds was completed in an instant. The remaining spirit of the spiritual body of fear shook wildly at this moment and said, Deal! As you wish. However, its body had completely fallen into the distorted space. The distortion of space even directly healed at this moment. There was no trace of abnormality in this place. But at this moment, a palm casually stretched out, causing the space that had already calmed down to distort again, and then directly reached into it. Well, it's there. Boss Luo at this moment seemed to be searching for something in his pocket. Ah, found it. Then he pulled out his hand. In his palm, there was a decadent black octopus. Welcome back, Mr. Sin. It suddenly bounced out from Boss Luo's palm and floated in the water. It widened its eyes and asked in an incredulous voice, How did you do it? It's not difficult. Boss Luo smiled slightly. But right at this moment, that white skeletal hand stretched out from the hole in space that had been forcibly distorted once more, and it was accompanied by a trace of anger. No matter who it is, perhaps they should bear some unimaginable consequences. The white bone palm in the depths of the darkness seemed to be able to drag everything into an abyss that would never see the light of day at any time. The aura of fear it brought was even greater than that of Sin, the spiritual body of fear. But Boss Luo directly grabbed the wrist of the white bone palm and said indifferently, Do you want to come over? If so, I can help you. It's very simple. Just gently pull it and it'll be done. As he spoke, Boss Luo didn't use much strength and slowly pulled. The white bone arm was slowly pulled out from the distorted space. The wrist, then the forearm bone, grayish-white in color. The material was like jade. What are you? The white bone arm suddenly burst out a strong silver-gray light. It was wrestling with Boss Luo. But no matter how much strength it exerted, its arm was still pulled out bit by bit. Even its body on the other side of the distorted space was being pulled out bit by bit. What kind of power is this? The owner of the white bone arm suddenly screamed, "When I'm ready, I will come again!" As he spoke, the white bone palm suddenly broke, and then the white bone arm with the broken palm retracted into the distorted space. Then everything calmed down. It seems that this guest doesn't intend to come here as a guest. Boss Luo picked up the white bone palm at this time and suddenly smiled. I don't know if there will be any customers who feel that this collection is special and want it. Then he handed the white bone arm to Miss Made to Deal With. Boss Luo looked at Sin. "Mr. Sin, I've done what you asked. Next, should we talk about the reward?" While Boss Luo was talking, Sin took advantage of the stalemate between him and the white bone arm to sneak away. But when the voice rang out, Sin couldn't help but tremble slightly and subconsciously stop. It seemed like it couldn't go anywhere. In such a weak state, how could it deal with this fellow who had so easily forced number 03 to break his own arm to escape? "Do you know who that was?" Sin's voice was full of fear. Although it's said that the higher the number, the more powerful the mutants are. In fact, the first 10 numbers are more or less special. It's number 03, which is definitely qualified to compete for one of the 5 strongest mutants. Don't tell me that you're more powerful than the creator of the experimental site. I probably only have the strength to kill a chicken. Boss Luo shook his head. "I'm not as powerful as you think." "Mr. Sin, this is a digression. Let's talk about the reward now. What is that place?" Sin couldn't help but be vigilant. The so-called contract was reached in the mind, but at its level, it had vaguely perceived a strong binding force that forced it to abide by the content of the contract. "It's a game-like world." Boss Luo smiled and said, "We developed it not long ago. I hope that Mr. Sin can temporarily serve us in this world. As for the service time, it will be determined according to Mr. Sin's performance." This is equivalent to a life sentence. Sin sneered. "Well, just like how I played with the underwater city for countless years, there will always be stronger people who will play with me like a toy. Just like when it was first created, it was used to carry out all kinds of unbearable experiments. It was all because it was weak. Weakness was sin. If you can finally destroy this game world." Unexpectedly, Boss Luo suddenly said, "I'll release you and give you back your freedom." "Really?" Sin looked at the mysterious young man with surprise. Boss Luo chuckled and said, "I'll break my promise later. Now you can only choose to believe it, right?" "You." Sin's eyes widened. "So angry." This black-headed octopus looked a little cute when it widened its eyes. "Go. Get familiar with your working environment. Someone will arrange it for you, temporarily." Boss Luo waved his hand. "He's called Taisetsu, very easy to talk to." "Then, thank you, Mr. Sin." Boss Luo flicked his finger at this moment. A gentle force suddenly bounced Sin's body backward. It floated backward little by little and then gradually faded away, finally disappearing into the deep sea. "Don't tell others about what happened just now." Boss Luo looked at Miss Servant Girl, blinking his eyes. He put his finger on his lips and made a gesture of silence. Miss Servant Girl knew that the master was referring to the words he said when he teased Sin. It was somewhat improper. "Master, it's time to take the reward from the Emperor of the Underwater City." Miss Servant Girl reminded him softly. It was a place like nothingness. It was the voice of the owner of the white bone arm. "Yes, I can feel that the other party didn't even use much strength, just like an adult pulling a child. It's me. All my strength disappeared. At that moment, there was a trace of fear in the voice. Well, there was another voice, then it fell into silence. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS, as usual. This chapter ends. Chapter 1756. Deep Sea. Underwater City. The underwater city that had lost its gateway was now like a massive cluster of luminous corals growing on the seabed. The broken exterior was quickly mended. This was the result of the entire city abandoning all repair work and doing their best to rescue it. Even so, the underwater city's magical energy reserves were now in jeopardy. Magical energy could only be supplied to important departments such as hospitals, construction units, and so on. Fortunately, this was a place with extremely good security, and there was no need to use limited resources for peacekeeping. Even so, the people of the underwater city who were used to the convenience brought by magical technology were now facing unprecedented difficulties. They needed to personally carry those large tools, and even had to carry them on foot. Everything was progressing slowly. The first day after the Great Calamity, about a few kilometers away from the underwater city, the witch of the underwater city was saying goodbye to the siren here. Actually, you don't have to leave here. The witch of the underwater city shook her head after a long silence. This is not the end. This is the beginning of everything. This city is radiating an unprecedented new life. Helen said softly, like you said, this is just the beginning. For you, this is rebirth, but for us, this is just the first step into the deep sea. If you leave and that guy wakes up, what should I say? Ariel asked the most critical question. Just be honest. Helen smiled and said, I think he'll understand. Tell him that if he hears the sirens singing, it means I'm here. I don't understand you. The witch of the underwater city shook her head. In the sirens, there is no such thing. The so-called love is ultimately just for the sake of reproduction. Once the nature of reproduction is satisfied, the other party is no longer so important. You might be able to. Helen could not help but smile bitterly. These were two different views on the same issue between two different races, and there was no need to convince each other. Just take it as each expressing their own views. If His Majesty wakes up, please send my regards to him. I will. Lazarite nodded and then said, seriously, the sapphire is right in front. Lewis promised you. Don't worry, my people found it in the Somna Trench. It's basically in good condition. Also, your two sisters seem to be in Sapphire's treatment room. This seems to have been arranged by Lewis. Now Sapphire is yours. Let's meet again if fate allows it. The siren girl leaped backward, and behind her was a cliff at the bottom of the sea. At this time her long green tail was moving in the sea, and her body was wriggling, quickly disappearing into the deep sea. The witch of the underwater city looked into the distance and remained silent. She just gently stroked her lower abdomen. She sighed rather disappointedly. If I knew that I could defeat sin, I shouldn't have. She also seemed to have some unknown melancholy. Over there. Who can help me? I can't pry open this rock. My house is right below here. My wife's belongings are in my house. I want them back. Somewhere in the chaotic streets of the underwater city, a young man with an expressionless face slowly walked over. He walked to the side of a husband who was looking for his wife's belongings in the ruins, and directly lifted up a huge stone slab. The middle-aged man was stunned. How much strength did this person have when he fell to the ground? Thank you. But he still hurriedly thanked the young man. You're welcome. The young man with great strength directly moved the stone slab to a place, and then dealt with a few similar stones before leaving. Until he left, he still didn't have much expression on his face. Then he quickly disappeared from the sight of the middle-aged man. But if the middle-aged man could get close to the young man at the beginning, he might be able to hear some words coming from the young man's chest. Damn you, Konghai! When will you let me out of this broken test tube? I feel that my bodily functions are rapidly declining. I need to replenish my energy. My organs have begun to protest. You can't do this to me. I was your master, your creator. Soon, the expressionless young man lowered his head and said, then stopped. We're here. The central tower, host in the test tube. 7-Star reluctantly poked its head out. It saw a half-collapsed house. What is this place? This is the place where I've been living after I left the experimental site. Mr. Konghai said calmly. "We'll be living here for the next few days." "Wait, you said we?" 7-Star couldn't help but be shocked. After spitting out a burst of fragrance, it wailed, You're not going to let me go." "Why should I let you go?" Mr. Konghai blinked and said, "When I made this insect body, I didn't give it the basic survival ability. Except for the huge central tower data, your ability is almost the same as ordinary insects. The experimental site has been destroyed, leaving only a solid space. You don't have the ability to rebuild it. If I let you go now, are you sure you won't be swallowed by deep-sea fish before you swim to the gate, or drown after you leave the underwater city?" It seemed to make sense, but 7-Star felt that it was not right no matter how he listened. He felt that there was no light in his life. "No matter what, I need food. Food!" 7-Star wailed, "It's true. I hate this kind of creature's body. I don't want a creature's body anymore. This is simply a wrong evolution." Facing this chattering central tower host pseudo, Mr. Konghai's choice was to block the test tube and stuff it into his clothes. He looked at the collapsed house in front of him, then pushed open the half-broken door and walked in. "I'm back, Professor." In the palace, in front of the bed piled with instruments to detect vital signs, Riaz opened his eyes little by little. What came into view was a pair of plump lips. The King of Mojito was right in front of his eyes. "Ah!" Riaz exclaimed in shock. "Ah!" King Mojito couldn't help but scream. Then, the man and the ape looked at each other deeply. After a long time, Riaz swallowed his saliva and said, Why are you here?" King Mojito shrugged his shoulders. "They are all busy. I'm the most idle here, so I'm here to look after you." "This is the palace?" Riaz quickly walked down from the bed, pulled out the syringe, and opened the window. It was not very bright outside, like the time after sunset and before night finally arrived. "It's so dark. I heard that it's to save energy." Mojito shook his head and said, "I don't like this place at all. It's wet everywhere. After I came out, I realized that the Boulder Kingdom is much better than this broken place." Riaz smiled bitterly, then rubbed his eyebrows and sat down again. "Mojito, can you tell me what happened after that? I seem to have forgotten some things." "Then listen." King Mojito nodded and told Riaz in detail what he knew and saw. After an unknown amount of time, Riaz finally let out a sigh of relief. "It's only been a day, and so many things have happened." With that, Riaz hurriedly got up again with an impatient look. "Where are you going?" "I want to see His Majesty the Emperor." Riaz did not look back. After throwing out a sentence quickly, he rushed out of the room. Mojito did not have the time to stop him, but in the time it took to turn his head, Riaz hurriedly ran back. Just as Mojito was about to speak, Riaz suddenly threw him on the bed and began to grope his body. "Riaz, what do you want to do, Dash?" Mojito was shocked. "Found it," Riaz said quickly. Before the king of the Boulder Kingdom could react, Riaz had rushed out of the room again. At this time, Mojito seemed to have noticed something and quickly lifted his breastplate. His face immediately changed. The piece of scale left by Iska was gone. Along the way, the young man did not even see the servants in the palace. It was not until the place where His Majesty the Emperor was being treated that Riaz saw a group of people in medical uniforms. "I want to go in and see His Majesty. How is he?" Riaz said quickly. "I'm sorry, Lady Leoga has ordered that no one is allowed to contact His Majesty." The military doctor in charge of treatment walked out. "We have to ensure His Majesty's safety." "But Riaz was about to say something. At this time, the voice of the underwater city which came from behind him, "Let him go in. I'll go in with him. You all stay outside." "But Lady Leoga, His Majesty's current situation, he's qualified." The witch walked over expressionlessly and glanced at Riaz casually. Then she looked at the military doctor and said, "This guy looks really unreliable, but he did save the entire underwater city. No one is more qualified than him." Without opening the door, he immediately saw Prince Yi. They even had to go through a long passage. The two walked in silence in the passage. Lyoga walked in front, neither too fast nor too slow. Riaz couldn't help but have a lot on his mind. He wanted to speak a few times. Helen left. The witch of the underwater city didn't stop walking and said this. Riaz subconsciously stopped. After opening his mouth, he put down his step and continued to follow her. He responded softly, "Okay, I got it." She said, "She doesn't like a good-for-nothing like you. If it wasn't for Lewis's order, she wouldn't even want to get close to you. She told you to go die on your own. She took the sapphire and went somewhere else to play." "Okay." Riaz still nodded. "You don't seem to care at all?" This time, the witch of the underwater city turned around. Riaz looked at her and said seriously, "Why should I care about your nonsense here?" "Violent woman, I feel that your words should be more or less the same as the original words." "You're really confident." The witch of the underwater city sneered. "Think whatever you want. We're here." The radiance produced when magic energy was released was all around. The emperor of the underwater city was currently immersed in a crystal container of blue liquid. His body had been completely frozen. This blue was the blue light of freezing. Riaz wiped the liquid in front of the container. "His Majesty, his situation is very bad." Lyoga's voice wasn't as stiff as before. "His cells are constantly breaking and can't be repaired. Through the test, the blue blood in his body has completely dried up. He has also lost the ability to repair his body. If he wasn't frozen in time, he wouldn't have survived yesterday. I didn't do my best." Riaz sighed. "I can't blame you." Lyoga shook her head. "Even though I really want to find someone, especially you, to vent my anger, I know that I can't blame you. I don't even have the right to say anything to you. I want to look at His Majesty here alone. Is that okay?" Riaz suddenly said. The witch of the underwater city couldn't help but frown. She hesitated for a moment and finally stared into Riaz's eyes. He didn't avoid it. This time he just looked at her calmly. "Don't take too long," the witch of the underwater city said faintly. Then she slowly backed away. Before she finally closed the door, she said, "Listen, he is the only one I care about in the entire underwater city. I can let you stay here alone, but please don't disappoint me." Riaz stood in front of the container and looked at the frozen Prince Yi. After a while, he slowly took out the scale. The power of the bloodline naturally flowed into the scale. Then a shadow began to appear. The person in the light and shadow was currently speaking in a monotonous manner. "I think you should also want to see what she looks like," Riaz muttered to himself. "I clearly know the pain of awakening the blue blood, so... Your Majesty, if you don't want to wake up, then keep sleeping. You are the one who has the qualifications to not feel pain." When Riaz walked out again, he was met with the hopeful gaze of the witch of the underwater city. He actually knew what Lyoga was thinking. She might think that he, who had completely awakened the blue blood, might have the ability to improve Prince Ye's condition. "I probably disappointed you." Riaz shook his head at this time. "I'm sorry. I don't have much expectations." Lyoga snorted softly and turned to leave. "Where are you going?" "There are still a lot of things to do outside." The witch of the underwater city did not turn her head. "Although Lewis's situation is not good, it is not bad either. I can't just do nothing. This is his underwater city. I won't let it be ruined now. So, I will do everything I can and wait for him to wake up. Take me with you." Riaz quickly walked up at this time. "I should be able to help with the repair." "You? I saved the underwater city." "Trash, trash!" "Violent woman." It was noisy, and the voices gradually faded away. Then, Riaz did not receive any special treatment because of this. He was directly assigned to a basic position by the witch of the underwater city to do some repair work within his ability. This damn violent woman. While cursing, Riaz still put on his helmet and plunged into the repair shop. There was a steady stream of magical tools that could still be repaired here. Fortunately, his body was strong and healthy at the moment. He had the strength to fight against dozens of strong men. So this kind of repair work was not too difficult. Wait a minute. What's this? Riaz's jaw dropped when he saw the new batch of maintenance products. The master who delivered this batch of repair products looked at it and said, "This is salvaged from the battlefield. It looks like it can still be repaired." At this time, Riaz suddenly ran to the pile of scrap and randomly flipped through the various fragments, parts, and tools one by one. Finally, he pulled out the thing inside. What appeared in front of him was a dim, flying serpent. The flying serpent was now broken, leaving only the core parts and an ordinary body shell. Riaz reached out and gently stroked the core of the flying serpent, and tears unknowingly flowed down. When he fell from the white tower and the Pegasus flying serpent appeared, the sound he heard was the sound of spending too much money. He was right here, the symbiosis of soul and machine. Just like Azra White-Cheelin, he was right here. "I will fix you. I will definitely fix you. Then, together, we will participate in the flying serpent competition." Suddenly, there was a slight distortion in the air. In the quiet, frozen room, two figures welcomed. Boss Luo bent down and picked up the scale on the ground. Suddenly, his palm released a blue light. The woman in the light suddenly distorted, and then the thousands of messages were suddenly interrupted. The woman in the light began to speak another paragraph. "Therefore, it is almost impossible to destroy sin. Regarding this problem, I have argued with this stubborn fellow many times, but it is really cute when this fellow is angry. You know, this fellow Yi actually has not lived happily since he was born. I've heard him talking in his sleep in the middle of the night. That guy seems to have been sent by Emperor Karl to be extracted as an ingredient for immortality due to his high innate talent. But because his bloodline is too strong, he survived. All these years, this fellow has been serving as Emperor Karl's consumable. He lied to himself. He lied to himself. These things have never happened. He sealed these memories in the deepest part of his heart. He even molded Emperor Karl into an image of someone who is willing to suffer for the sake of Undersea City. Because of his self-deception, he even continued to hone himself on how to destroy Sin and inherit the will of this fake Emperor Karl. If not, this fellow would have probably collapsed long ago. If possible, I might hope that Yi has never come to this despairing world." When the woman in the light said these words, one after another, black balls slowly floated out from Prince Ye's body and then floated to Miss Maid's hand. Not more, not less, exactly 20, the number of balls that could only be achieved by exterminating the entire sea demon royal court. Boss Luo directly put the scale in his hand beside the container. "If we didn't meet Riaz at the beginning, but a sea demon royal," he said softly, "it would probably be another story." Suddenly it was quiet. In the frozen room, the woman in the light said the same words again and again. The soft light was covering the frozen blue light. They didn't mix, but they were tightly attached. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS 5584ths. Chapter 1757. Before leaving, Ms. Maid quietly ran to the first Magic Research Institute in Undersea City. Not for anything else, but to retrieve the modified flying tumbler that was previously detained here for research. Azra White-Cheelin. In the core of this flying tumbler, after all, the soul fragment of a powerful creature from another world was sealed. Of course, it was impossible to keep it in the Magic Research Institute and let the technicians of Undersea City study it. Because there was nothing else to do in Undersea City, Boss Luo, who had just finished a short trip, was in high spirits. He directly changed into a motorcycle suit, rode on Azra White-Cheelin, and took Ms. Maid for a spin in the deep sea. They planned to drive Azra White-Cheelin all the way back to the seaside town, St. Andrews. But before leaving Undersea City, Azra White-Cheelin temporarily stopped at Somna Trench. There was a gate to the test site here. Boss Luo and Ms. Maid once again entered the test site without using the key. After the war, the key had been recovered by Undersea City. A total of 2 pairs of keys were now in the hands of the Witch of Undersea City. Listening to the discussion between the descendants of the Blue Bloods, they seemed to intend to rebuild the test site that had been reduced to ruins as a reserve territory for Undersea City. It was hard to say whether they wanted to occupy the test site or not. But one thing was worth considering. They were indeed the descendants of the herdsman, and the herdsman was born in the test site. Perhaps they did not have to move into this test site. After all, although the test site was destroyed, it still had many secrets buried in history. Sin, Blue Blood, and even Blue Lotus. They did not know how many terrifying creatures like Sin had escaped from the test site. In the future, when they really built the test site into a suitable place for living, would those terrifying creatures that had escaped from the test site suddenly appear? The Witch of Undersea City left the key, probably to let Undersea City have a way out. When there was another irresistible disaster, it could be the last shelter for all residents of Undersea City. Only the blue-blooded giant was still in the experimental site at this time. As for all the 6-armed apes in the Kingdom of Boulder, they were later let out by King Mojito to participate in the reconstruction of the underwater city. Perhaps in the near future, there would be another race in Underwater City. Perhaps they could coexist. The blue-blooded giant was retrieved after the battle. Long Gang and Lu Go worked together to lead it all the way back to the experimental site and then close the door. When Boss Luo and Miss Maid arrived here, the blue-blooded giant was at the seaside, hunting for food. It had been sealed for too long, and it didn't have the long evolution time like the mutants that escaped or were released early on. Now, it was probably driven by instinct, causing its appetite to increase greatly. Young Miss Lu Go, you're keeping the blue-blooded giant here as a form of insurance in the future, right? Boss Luo smiled casually and said, after Riaz awakened, he seems to be able to link up with blue blood and doesn't need holy armor anymore. This young man may become one of the most powerful ones in this subworld. Miss Maid smiled gently at this time. Her legs were immersed in the sea, and she would occasionally kick them lightly. Okay, the person we're waiting for is here. In the distance, a figure in white fluttering clothes flew over on a green sword light. The reason why they stayed here was actually to wait for someone, Qin Chiyu. At the end of the battle, Fairy Qin, who tried her best to temporarily imprison Sin, and then fell into the deep sea, disappeared. When the soldiers of Underwater City began to clean up the battlefield, they didn't find her. But in fact, she had already sneaked into the experimental site unknowingly. When the female demon of Underwater City and Long Gang joined forces to drive the blue-blooded giant in, she used some Taoist magic arts to deceive the two. But this Fairy Qin probably didn't think that after the gate of the experimental site was closed, she obviously couldn't get out of it. In just one day, she had flown back and forth around the experimental site several times. Except for the ruins and the central tower that couldn't be restored, she didn't know how to restore it. There was only the huge ocean in this space. Obviously, she wouldn't starve to death here. Not to mention that she could avoid eating by meditating. Although the experimental site had turned into ruins, she could still find something to eat, right? However, it was very embarrassing. When Fairy Qin landed and saw Boss Luo and Miss Maid, she obviously felt a little embarrassed, but she had always been a cold fairy, so she was very good at keeping up appearances. I've checked all the places here. Fairy Qin directly said indifferently, I didn't find anything valuable. Or, there's something that only you can find. Look at how good Fairy Qin was at talking. She pretended that she was actually trapped in such a wonderful way, and at the same time probed for information. Miss Maid suddenly thought of something interesting. Tei Inzi and Qin Chiu were really from the same school, the same teacher? And he seemed to be her senior brother? We didn't find anything special. Boss Luo chuckled. This place has indeed been destroyed, leaving only this solid space and this land waiting to be rejuvenated. Oh, Fairy Qin nodded slightly, and then didn't say anything. People like her who had dealt with the shop were very clear about the principle of getting along with the shop. If you don't need to talk, don't take the initiative to talk and be passive all the time. Boss Luo probably knew this Fairy Chin's thoughts. At this moment, he smiled slightly. Earlier, Miss Chin bought a temporary residence here. Now, there's only half a year left. Miss Chin, if you continue to stay outside, the time will pass. Don't you plan to use the remaining time? Then I'll use it. Chin Chuyu nodded. Now. Boss Luo waved his hand, and a white light instantly covered this white fairy. The shop has to change the decoration, don't mind. Miss Chin. Then, I wish you a happy life. She watched the young man in front of her gradually disappear from her sight. In fact, she was the one who disappeared. The next moment, this white fairy had already appeared in a Western-style, exquisite room. This white fairy couldn't help but be silent. That feeling of being seen through was not a good feeling, especially when she had to act as if nothing had happened. Chin Chuyu really felt that she needed to concentrate on cultivation for a while. Since she found her master's Green Lotus Sword Song in the Penglai treasure house, she had been relying on the power of the Green Lotus Sword Song all the way, and it seemed that she didn't stop. The increase in power even made her a little impatient. The experience in the underwater city made this white fairy feel that her current strength was not enough. It was better to use the special environment of the shop to cultivate and continue to comprehend. While she was thinking, someone knocked on the door of the room. A tall and beautiful woman in a maid costume slowly walked in with a maid costume in her hands and said slowly, "You must be Miss Chin." "Hello, my name is Eve, and I'm Yu Ye's maidservant. My master told me to prepare this for you, Miss Chin. She said that you should do what you normally do." The white fairy's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch when she saw the maid costume in Eve's hands. How could she have forgotten about this? She sighed inwardly and waved her hand, refusing Eve's offer to help her change into the maid costume. Then, she quickly closed the door of the room. Soon Miss Chin, who had changed into a new maid costume, passed through the door and appeared in the Butterfly Society in the next second. This was the real body of the shop. During this time, Boss Luo and Miss Maid had gone on a long journey, so Eve took time to take care of the Butterfly Society. This is... Looking at the woods outside the old school where the Butterfly Society was located, Chin Chuyu frowned subconsciously. Where is this place? Britain. What? This isn't Kelowna. Finally, Miss Chin's face was no longer cold. She opened her mouth slightly and almost cursed out loud. No wonder she felt that the spiritual essence here was not as dense as that in Kelowna. After the Mount Tai incident, the spiritual essence in Kelowna was extremely dense. Explode! 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 Ah ha 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 ha! Explode! F***CK. She danced with joy. Looking at the dancing Kelowna Shinryu squatting in front of the computer, Luo Dance, the second-in-command and nurse of the pet hospital, couldn't help but sigh. It's over, it's over. Sister Long had completely become useless. She was so happy that she got an equipment in the game as if she had lost her mind. She didn't look like the majesty of Kelowna Shinryu at all. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The butterfly monster had to heavily knock on the table several times. Sister Long, look at you. You're either playing games, sleeping, or eating. You haven't taken a bath for 3 days and 3 nights. Do you think you can get rid of the impurities on your body by force like before? Look at your hair. You can even drip oil. Then, a dressing mirror was placed in front of Kelowna Shinryu by the butterfly monster. She subconsciously looked into the mirror. What she saw was a face with sticky hair, an oily face, bloodshot eyes, pale lips, and 2 large eye bags. This is this me? Long Shirua subconsciously opened her mouth. Humph! The butterfly monster snorted, taking away the mirror, and then said with arms akimbo, Look at you! You drink several boxes of happy water a day. Look at your belly. You can't hide it anymore. The true dragon of the godly land looked down subconsciously and reached out to touch his lower abdomen. Suddenly, he pinched with 2 fingers, and a layer of flesh appeared. She couldn't help holding her chin and fell into meditation. Pretend. The butterfly monster snorted again. Where are your feet? At this time, Kelowna Shinryu was typing with her feet to show that she was still online and didn't cheat her teammates. Finally, the pet hospital's second-in-command got angry and pulled open the curtains. The sun was high up in the sky. The dazzling sunlight instantly pierced the eyes of Kelowna Shinryu, almost blinding her. Too dazzling. At this time, the light was so dazzling for her. This was the light that had just been recharged. Pull the curtains, it's too dazzling. Sister-Long, the sun outside is so good. You should go out for a walk. The butterfly monster directly pulled Kelowna Shinryu's arm and pulled her out of the room. Don't. I still have a copy. Sister-Long, there are a lot of people in the city these days. You should go out for a walk. The little butterfly monster stopped. I heard from Uncle Bull Monster that these people are very restless. The smell of gunpowder is very strong. Many of these guys have been fighting outside the city where they can use their power. There have been several conflicts these days, but the administration is still there. Kelowna Shinryu was still trying to make the last resistance. The butterfly monster said sternly, "Everyone in the city can't use their power. The people in the administration can still use their power, but what about outside? There were no restrictive spells outside. Okay. You're Kelowna Shinryu. They're already causing trouble in your territory. Do you still care about it? I'm so angry." The true dragon of the godly land had no idea when this little butterfly monster was born with the attribute of an old mother. The true dragon of the godly land could not help but feel a headache. He wondered if this little girl had really grown up and if she should get married so that he could have some peace. Even so, why are you angry? Long Shura couldn't help but shake her head. Usually you won't be angry about these things. The butterfly monster said angrily at this time, "This morning, Grandpa Fox, who often provides us with indigo root, was accidentally injured by a group of people fighting when he went to dig for medicine. Grandpa Fox is already so old. Those people they didn't even apologize when they hit him. They even pushed the blame to each other. The people in the administration said that it's difficult to manage, saying that it's an international problem, and they haven't found an accurate answer yet. Don't you think it's infuriating? Sister-Long, what are you doing?" At this time, the true dragon of the divine land suddenly bit a hairband and tied up his long hair. He sneered and said, "What are you doing?" "Of course. I'm going to beat someone up." Character. Your man doesn't want you anymore. Prompt offline. ######## PS as usual. Chapter 1758. It was a good idea to hold the Global Extraordinary Summit in Kelowna, because there was a ready-made forbidden land that could prevent any extraordinary beings from causing any damage during the summit. The security level was at its highest. The reason why this forbidden land could bring so much confidence to the administration of Divine Land was that it had been verified. After verification, they learned that the Fire Cloud Evil God, who was the strongest in the administration, had truly become an old man after stepping into the city. Even the Shinryu of Kelowna stayed at home, quietly. What was there for the administration to be worried about? Of course not. Yan Xiaoxi was in the office, looking at a group of people who were in charge of various affairs for the summit. It was a scary thing when the section chief was angry. Everyone in the office looked away. Who approved this? Section Chief Yan threw a document onto the table. You want to empty a temple and let those Hindus who drink the water of the Ganges live there? Which bastard came up with this idea? Come out. A man in glasses behind the table raised his hand and stood up, trembling. Section Chief, please listen to me. I had no choice but to do this. The monks of Ganges said that we have to ensure that they have time to do their homework 3 times a day. That temple is the quietest place we can find. What about the hotel? What about the entertainment venues nearby? Which one can't be closed? Do you have to empty this Erling temple? Section Chief Yen snorted. Just now, someone who claimed to be the successor of immortal Erling called the headquarters. Do you know what he said? What did he say? An even more stubborn man asked curiously. Then his colleagues looked at him with concern. He said that the administration is bullying the weak and oppressing the weak. He said that we are destroying immortal Erling's immortal Erling and destroying the peace of Kelowna. The successor of this immortal Erling even cried in front of the 100 tribulations Taoist of Kunlun. But we've never heard of immortal Erling passing down any immortal Erling's immortal Erling. The bespectacled man was stunned. Where did this successor come from? How would I know where he came from? Yen Xiaoxi snorted. I'll give you half a day. If you don't settle this matter, you'll be transferred to the First Research Institute to be an assistant developer. God knows if he could come out alive after being transferred. The bespectacled man turned pale and hurriedly rushed out of the meeting room. Don't worry, I promise to complete the mission given by the administration. However, Section Chief Yen was clearly still angry. She got someone to bring out a huge stack of documents. These are the complaints from the local government. I'm just 2 days late because I was in a meeting at the headquarters. Look at all of you. You're a bunch of good-for-nothings. Chief, you can't blame us for this. A man in his 40s who looked rather experienced said bitterly. Although this place is completely forbidden, it doesn't prohibit human emotions and desires. Moreover, this is the first time in history that all sorts of monsters have come running here. Even though it's said to be a meeting between superhumans of a great nation. You see, even Equatorial Guinea can have a guy who claims to be a local priest to join in the fun. God damn it, who knows how such a poor place can raise a transcendent priest? Yeah, Section Chief, you can't blame us for this. The people gathered in this city are all used to being domineering in their own territories. This time, they're here as representatives of various countries. I know that we've definitely received a lot of complaints, but that doesn't mean that we didn't do anything. In fact, we've received so many complaints, and even though we feel wronged, we're still busy and persevering with our work. It's just that we don't have enough manpower, and there are too many transcendents from all over the world. That's right. It's better if they're just representatives from large countries or countries with a long history. They can control themselves and stay put. But I suspect that they're not civilized at all. Section Chief, I'm in charge of internal affairs. Yesterday, I received dozens of unreasonable requests. They wanted me to dance in the middle of the night, to sound the death knell at noon, and even to find women. Not only that, they even wanted men. Where am I supposed to find men? So you found women for them. Yen Xiaoxi snorted coldly. The section chief glared at her again. At this moment, Yen Xiaoxi heaved a long sigh and said coldly, The Administrative Bureau is the Administrative Bureau. I don't need such bureaucratic methods. Remember, if any of you have eaten anything from the representatives, spit it out and return it to them. I won't pursue the matter this time, but if I receive another complaint on the day of the summit... The section chief stood up slowly and said, All of you will be sent to the First Research Institute as assistant researchers. Everyone shuddered, while section chief Yen strode out of the conference room. The rest of the people looked at each other and began criticizing. However, they could not find anyone to take the blame. All right, we've already scolded them. The fact that we're not going to be punished directly means that this matter will be settled for the time being. Lu Mingho, who had been silent all this while and was in charge of the Administrative Bureau, stood up and said, Everyone, stop shirking your responsibilities. There's still a few days left. Let's do our jobs well. Given Lu Mingho's position, he did not have the right to sit in the conference room. However, he was in charge of the Administrative Bureau and hence had a special status. Everyone fell silent at this moment. They stared at the local tyrant quietly and then began criticizing him again. Lu Mingho coldly glanced around and shook his head. Until he left, no one was willing to call out to him. Wei Zidao, who was waiting outside, saw Lu Mingho and hurriedly walked towards him. "Brother Lu, what's the situation inside? I heard that the section chief from Capital City seemed to be very angry." "What else could it be?" Lu Mingho humphed and said, "They're all big shots from Capital City. That's the situation." Wei Zidao was speechless. "I told you that you don't understand. If you did, you would have been working in the provincial bureau." Lu Mingho shook his head and said, "Let's go, we can't talk here. Let's find a place and have something to eat with me. By the way, why are you looking for me?" "Oh, it's like this." Wei Zidao quickly said just now Consultant Long called and asked about the Nordic delegation. "The Nordic ambassadors?" Lu Mingho frowned and said, "I remember that the Nordic ambassadors don't live in the city. Instead, they built a villa outside the city." "What did she ask?" "Nothing much. She just asked where they lived and said that she was going to pay them a visit." Wei Zidao thought for a moment and continued, "Then I told her." "The Nordic ambassadors." "The Nordic ambassadors?" A sullen expression formed on Lu Mingho's face all of a sudden as he recalled one of the reports that Yan Xiaoxi had brought out. Oh no! At the foot of a green mountain, a Western-style courtyard had appeared out of nowhere. Next to it was the highway that led to the Forbidden Land. They directly named the city the Forbidden Land. As for the original name of the city, no one was interested in finding out. However, the highway had been temporarily closed, and the place became rather quiet. It only took less than 10 minutes to drive into the city. It was very convenient, and they did not have to endure the inconvenience of the Forbidden Land. Therefore, the Nordic ambassadors declined the reception from the administration without hesitation. They planned to be self-sufficient in this place until the day of the meeting. It was supposed to be like this. However, the day before yesterday, another delegation actually took a fancy to this place and directly dug a cave in the mountain next to it. They were a group of mystical warriors from the huge jungle in the South American continent. Originally, the two delegations of transcendents who worshipped nature lived in harmony. In the beginning, they even chatted happily and occasionally went to each other for tea. "Let's talk things out. Everyone sit down and have a cup of tea. Let's just talk things out. There's no need to be angry." The two mediators sent by the administration were looking at the two parties with a headache. The representatives of the Nordic ambassadors were not so bad. They could easily find someone who was proficient in foreign languages. However, the group of mystical warriors from the jungle in the South American continent was really a headache for the administration, if it were not for the fact that they had an interpreter among them. Things have come to this, there's nothing to say. At this time, a man in silver armor on the side of the Nordic ambassadors shook his head and said, "The two of you from the Kelowna administration will solve this matter ourselves. There's no need to trouble you. Don't worry, we've never been people who advocate violence and destruction. We're from afar, and as guests we know our limits. We'll compensate for whatever damage is done here." Seeing that the two parties were about to fight again, the two agents from the administration suddenly had a headache. This was not the first time the two ambassadors fought. If it wasn't for this, the highway next to them wouldn't have been temporarily closed. On the day of the closure, because of the sudden incident, it was blocked for a long distance. The drone had already flown 7 or 8 kilometers, but the blocked section still hadn't cleared up. On the side of the jungle ambassadors, a woman with tattoos on her face directly stabbed the spear in her hand into the ground. She seemed to be too lazy to speak, but her actions had already made it clear. If you want to fight, then let's fight. It was very imposing, wasn't it? The two agents who were sent to mediate were really miserable. These representatives from all over the world were not the third-rate evil demons they usually faced. If they didn't have some ability, these people probably wouldn't have crossed the ocean to come here. Once the battle started again, they would only be able to watch the battle. They're fighting again. One of the agents sighed, then put down the black suitcase in his hand and opened it. This was not an ordinary black suitcase. This was the product of the first research institute of the administration, Master Wency. After opening the suitcase, it could be assembled into a temporary stool. It was convenient for the agents to have time to rest while keeping an eye on the target. Well, the weather is good today. The colleague next to him had already assembled the stool. He poured a cup of goji berry and chrysanthemum tea for his colleague with a thermos flask he brought with him. I have 2 bowls of rice here. Do you want some? Oh, okay. I haven't had breakfast this morning. The colleague nodded and immediately said, Hey, the weather forecast said it would rain today. No, right? What's wrong? Why is the sky suddenly covered with dark clouds? The agent from the administration said in surprise. Although the 2 diplomatic missions were shouting fiercely when they were fighting, they still restrained themselves. Why is the weather affected this time? Don't tell me he's really angry? Wait, it's not them. This is... The agent holding the thermos flask suddenly fell off the stool. This looks like Consultant Long. At this moment, both sides of the 2 warring delegations suddenly sensed something. They all stopped and looked up at the sky in unison. They saw a golden thunderbolt striking down from the sky instantly. The warriors of the mysterious side in the jungle instantly changed their expressions. A dark-skinned man with green tattoos all over his body, even his eyebrows were tattooed a few times. He hurriedly raised a wooden staff in his hand and shouted loudly. As for the Nordic diplomatic mission, there was also a girl with sharp ears who was dressed in green. She had blonde hair and blue eyes, and she raised the slender sword in her hand. The 7 gems inlaid on the sword instantly burst into a dazzling light. Boom! The thunderbolt struck down. The golden thunderbolt scattered in all directions. 2 agents from the administration immediately fell to the ground with their hands covering their heads. After the thunderbolt, a huge crater dozens of meters wide appeared on the ground. In the huge crater, the wooden staff in the hand of the tattooed, dark-skinned man from the mysterious side in the jungle had cracked more than half. However, there was still a small part of the staff that hadn't completely cracked. The dark-skinned man's eyes were filled with horror, and he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. On the side of the Nordic diplomatic mission, 3 gems on the sword of the sharp-eared girl also exploded. It seems that I haven't traveled for a long time. A majestic voice slowly sounded at this moment. Maybe it's been too long, so some people have forgotten who's in charge of this place. In the sky, the Kelowna Shinryu, who was wearing jeans, a white shirt, and a white coat, stood in the air and looked down. I'm in charge. The Kelowna Shinryu raised his hand at this moment. Instantly, the dark clouds rolled back and lightning flashed. How dare you hurt the people of Kelowna? I'll kill you. Boom, boom, boom. This place had become a pool of lightning, a pool of lightning. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS 5684. Chapter 1759. I'll hack you to death. Although these words were definitely in the top 5 of the administration's grassroots staff who were responsible for maintaining the summit, they obviously couldn't say it out loud. When asked why they couldn't say it, it was for international peace. But Kelowna Shinryu didn't care about this. Don't ask why. If one asked, he'd hack 1, hack 2, hack as many as there were. Anyway, Kelowna was full of power. The continuous sound of thunder, as if it was the end of the world, lasted for a few minutes before it finally stopped. However, it was as if one could still see the drifting electric light in the air, which made one's heart palpitate. The 2 agents from the administration were still lying on the ground. They carefully raised their heads and saw 12 charcoal-like figures lying in the deep pit in front of them. There was even one who had one hand on the edge of the pit. He was so close to climbing out of the pit. So miserable. Agent A swallowed his saliva and didn't know what to do next. This Kelowna Shinryu. Consultant Long, Lord Long, probably had a good time hacking people, but someone had to deal with the aftermath. Obviously, this kind of work had always fallen on the administration. Let's go and see what this ancestor has to say. Agent B, the peacemaker, sighed. It wasn't a good idea to just lie there with his, but sticking out. Good. Hello, Consultant Long. The two timidly came to Kelowna's Shinryu, who had just landed. Agent A greeted him and was about to say something, but Long Shirwa scolded. You bastards, my people were innocently injured by this group of overseas trash. Instead of coming to arrest them, you're here soaking in chrysanthemums? You get such a high salary, don't you have a conscience? Yes, Agent B said bitterly. It's so King painful. Consultant Long is right. We'll go back and submit the self-reflection letter. Then go to the headquarters to apologize. Yes, I'm so heartbroken. Seeing this, Agent A shuddered and immediately knelt on the ground, crying bitterly, It's our fault. We have let the organization down. I've let down the people. Consultant Long, scold us to your heart's content. F***CK, these two guys, they must have been trained before, right? As the saying goes, never slap a crying face. Kelowna's Shinryu, who was amenable to coaxing but not coercion, was stunned speechless at this moment. After a long while, he subconsciously said, Are the people from the agency all so shameless now? You'll lose your job if you care about your reputation. Agent A clenched his teeth and said, Consultant Long, we have elders and children to take care of. Our whole family depends on us to feed ourselves. Let's just take it as a contribution. All right. Long Shirwa sighed. Large organizations were like this. When there were too many people, it would be difficult to control them. Just like the agency, the Xianyuan Palace was also like this. When there were too many people, they would quarrel over trivial matters every day. Therefore, Long Shirwa felt comfortable living alone. At this moment, in the deep pit, the dozen or so people who had been turned into charcoal got up in grief and indignation. They staggered. Although they were seriously injured, it seemed that the true dragon of divine land had not really killed them. Among the Nordic ambassadors, the sharp-eared girl who had lost a few gems on her sword covered her shoulder and said angrily, Dragon of Kelowna, we didn't offend you. Is this how you treat your guests as a superpower like Kelowna? The tattooed man from the jungle, who had half of his wooden staff broken, also had an angry look on his face. However, Long Shirwa obviously did not understand what he was saying, not to mention the language of this group of jungle mystics. Even if it was the English of the Nordic ambassadors, Kelowna Shinryu would still pick his ears. The agency is the agency, and I am me. Long Shirwa snorted coldly. I've already fought. Come and fight me if you dare. If you don't want to fight, just bear with it. Kelowna allowed you to enter this time, but when did I say that I allowed you to fight here? Also, this morning, who hurt the old fox? Come out now. If you don't kowtow and apologize to me, I'll drag you to the core of the lava layer. In the face of such a powerful, true dragon of the divine land, after the translation, the envoys of the two diplomatic missions fell into silence. This is the guardian of the East? How can he be so unreasonable? On the side of the Nordic ambassadors, the pointy-eared girl gritted her teeth. Her face was full of humiliation. Commander, we have to swallow this. She was looking at the man in silver armor. As the commander of the Nordic ambassadors, the man's name was Midway. In essence, he was a master demon hunter from the Nordic region. According to legend, he had a trace of the Asgard Divine Kingdom. The Asgard Divine Kingdom. He had a very good reputation among the Nordic Inhumans. As for the pointy-eared girl, her name was Liz. She was the descendant of a human and an elf. This half-elf girl was the youngest in terms of age and seniority. She represented her sick teacher, a very reputable mage in Northern Europe, to participate in this diplomatic mission. At the same time, she was also here to gain experience. When Midway heard this, he could only smile bitterly. This is considered light. Liz, you haven't experienced the age of travel, the Eastern Dragon, so you don't know how terrifying she is. Back then, the Eastern Dragon's age of travel started from the east and fought all the way through. Then it started from the northern hemisphere and fought all the way to the southern hemisphere. Almost all the myths and legends that you have heard of had been visited by this eastern dragon. Do you know that inhuman domain? Until now, anyone in the inhuman domain who is slightly older has not turned pale at the mention of the dragon. Does this mean that all the superhumans in the world have been suppressed? The half-elf girl couldn't help but widen her eyes. Who knows? Midway shook his head. In any case, the eastern continent has always been a place where superhumans are forbidden to enter. Anyway, even if the legends of the Age of Travel were exaggerated by later generations, you've seen the Eastern Dragon, haven't you? Oh, Liz, I can already see your teacher's face when he learns that 3 of his gems have been destroyed. Then, there's nothing he can do about it. If you don't want the other gems to be destroyed, it's best if you don't say a word from now on. The half-elf girl wasn't a rash person. At least, she was a little younger, but she wasn't arrogant either. She was just angry that the treasures her teacher had given her before he left were destroyed. She nodded timidly, indicating that she wouldn't cause any more trouble. Then, she quickly went to stand by the side of the envoy, a plump woman who looked graceful. After calming the nerves of the envoy, Midway walked out. His injuries were a hindrance, but not to the extent that the master demon hunter didn't even have the strength to walk a few steps. Midway glanced at the man who was also walking out of the forest. The situation on the other side was similar to his own. The man's name was Shuinmius, and he was an ancient sorcerer of the jungle mystics. The huge jungle in the South American continent had always been isolated from the outside world and rarely had contact with the outside world. As for those who would walk among the world's extraordinary, even if Midway's knowledge was extraordinary, he knew very little. At first, the 2 sides were friendly. Midway had wanted to use this opportunity to learn more about the mysteries of the forest, but he didn't expect things to escalate into a fight between the 2 sides. At this moment, the mysterious sorcerer, Shuinmius, had an unconcealed anger in his eyes. Midway had no choice but to force a smile in response. Then, the 2 of them finally arrived in front of Shinryu in Kelowna. Long Shra was shaking her legs impatiently. She was sitting in the box chair that Agent A had brought over. Her arms were crossed over her chest. "Tell me which bastard did this," Long Shirua said coldly. Agent A, who was standing at the side, quickly translated. After a while, the representatives from both diplomatic missions looked at the same place in confusion. Midway was the first to frown. "We didn't talk about the fox monster you mentioned. This can't be our doing." Shuinmius snorted coldly. "Forest warriors wouldn't attack nature's kin. This is a conspiracy of the northern European barbarians. What are they talking about?" Long Shirua turned her head and asked. Agent A quickly stepped forward and whispered, "Miss Long, these 2 are arguing. They both said it wasn't them. So you're saying that I've wronged them?" Seeing that the Kelowna Shinryu was about to raise his eyebrows, Agent A wiped his cold sweat and said, "How can that be? Miss Long, in my opinion, these 2 diplomatic groups must be afraid. That's why they're arguing. Why don't you leave this matter to us first? And after we get to the bottom of it, I have to wait until next year." Long Shirua interrupted, looking like she was about to explode. "Why is this Lord Long so angry? Didn't a local agent say that a warrior riding a dragon had appeared? Didn't they say that women, females who had been nourished by that would more or less become gentler?" Agent A quickly glanced at Agent B. Agent B was looking up at the sky, obviously not planning to accept this challenge. He could only sigh in his heart about his carelessness in making friends. Then he braced himself and promised, 3 days, no, 2 days, 1 day at the fastest. He and I will give you a satisfactory answer. 3 minutes. Kelowna Shinryu snorted coldly. "For the sake of the old man, I'll give you 3 minutes. Get to the bottom of it. Sir, aren't you forcing people to lock them up?" Agent A's face immediately turned sour. Kelowna Shinryu stood up. At this moment, a figure flashed and appeared beside the huge crater. The voice was already there. "Ha ha ha, Lord Long, why are you making things difficult for these little ones? I don't need 3 minutes. I'll give you the answer now, okay?" It was a man wearing white training clothes. His sideburns were white, but his face was rosy like a young man's. Unparalleled scholar, fire cloud, evil god. Agent AB heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, there was a big boss who could speak in front of Kelowna Shinryu. As small shrimps, they could probably land safely. "Old man, are you here to smooth things over?" But this Kelowna Shinryu master was mean and sarcastic. "The agency will pay for the treatment of the injured fox demon." Fire Cloud smiled and said, "Not only that, we'll also take care of its life. Several descendants in its family who can transform have already obtained residence permits. In addition, there are still some vacancies in the provincial bureau. I think we can ask them to do some odd jobs." Shinryu Master couldn't help but frown. She really didn't want to offend these guys who were smiling apologetically. The more she thought about it, the more she wanted to quarrel with them. At this moment, she forcefully suppressed the indescribable annoyance in her heart and said coldly, "What do you want?" "The Nordic diplomatic group and the mysterious jungle will do me a favor. Let's leave it at that, okay?" Fire Cloud sternly said, "The summit is about to begin, and we also have some difficulties on our side. But you can rest assured that I will personally supervise this matter. After the summit is over, I will personally tie up the culprit who did it. If I can't find the culprit, I'll let you beat my old bones to vent your anger, okay? Remember what you said." Long Shirawa snorted. With a flash of golden light, she flew toward the city. Then, this Shinryu Master's signature golden light quickly landed on the edge of the city. She was afraid of falling. "Greetings, Consultant Fire Cloud." Agent AB suddenly became more cautious and straightened his back. Kelowna's Shinryu was difficult to deal with, but the whole agency knew that this Shinryu was tough on the outside but soft on the inside, and that he would rather suffer than lose face, so he was easier to deal with. However, Consultant Fire Cloud was someone who didn't dare to mess with. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called an old man for nothing. As the saying goes, when an old man gets angry, blood will splash 5 steps away. Those who had seen blood before were all fence-sitters. It was Agent Lu Mingho from this city who contacted me directly. Fire Cloud said expressionlessly, "You came in time." That's right, that's right." The agents hurriedly pecked at him. "This old face of mine can't be used many times. Can't you guys improve a little?" Fire Cloud, Demon God sighed. "Let's not talk about other things now. Now, tell me, how did the 2 envoys get into a fight, and how did they accidentally injure that fox demon?" The 2 agents looked at each other with a troubled expression. "Still don't want to tell the truth." Evil God snorted coldly. "No." Consultant Fire Cloud. Agent B had no choice but to say helplessly, "The truth is, until now, we still don't know why the 2 diplomatic missions started fighting. What did you say?" Fire Cloud, Evil God frowned and subconsciously looked at the 2 mysterious leaders of the Northern European diplomatic group in the forest. Midway and Shuinius both showed a hint of confusion. They didn't know what to say. A light rushed out from the calm sea surface like a feather jumping out of the water, then landed on the sea surface and walked quickly. Azra White Cheelin. Miss Maid was sitting in the back seat, holding Boss Luo in the front with both hands. She felt that this trip to the underwater city was very pleasant. "Well, I'm back." Boss Luo looked at the coastline not far ahead. The troops of the British Knights didn't seem to have completely retreated, and more than half of the beach was still closed. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS as usual. End of this chapter. Chapter 1760. When 2 figures suddenly appeared in the Butterfly Society of the old school building, Miss Jean, who had just changed into a female worker's servant's uniform, also picked up a broom. It didn't take long. She was thinking about how to sweep the floor. It wasn't that she hadn't done this kind of work before. She had done it many times. After reincarnating for so many times, she started from a child until the end of her life. So how could she not know how to do housework? But this was also the time to seal her memory and reincarnate. At this time, she was the fairy of Huanjin Dao, the sword holder of the Green Lotus sword song. So when she picked up the broom, this fairy Qin obviously hesitated. There seemed to be a voice in her heart. You're not a human, are you? You don't need to eat, are you? You don't need to go to the toilet, are you? You don't need to sweep the floor, are you? Then, when the voice kept sounding in her heart and Fairy Qin looked at the broom in her hand, the shop owner and the real Miss Servant Girl came back. The kind that didn't open the door. This was very embarrassing. But Qin Chi's face was as cold as a natural boundary, which perfectly covered the fluctuation in her heart at this time. Therefore, when Boss Luo and Miss Servant Girl looked at each other, this fairy silently put the broom aside, and then picked up a piece of cloth, walking into the inner room. Well, Miss Qin is very polite. Boss Luo smiled at this time. He had never asked this temporary guest to do anything. This was Miss Servant Girl's idea from the beginning. Miss Servant Girl said indifferently, according to Taiyanzi, the big families in ancient Kelowna would have maids who were used to do miscellaneous things. They were generally called maids. These maids who don't know how to work were locked in the woodshed and not given food. In ancient times, maids were very useful. Boss Luo shook his head, walking to the desk casually. He sat down and waved his hand. The infinitely small television screens opened up one by one. They were all scenes of what was happening in the world at the moment, although he had become more cheerful after entering the pure black force field. But the things that he liked to do before obviously did not change because of this. The sky was still the same sky, whether it was dark clouds, clear skies, or the moon and stars. Should we consider going back? Luaccio suddenly said. Speaking of which, because of the Nether King incident, this seaside town with a long history had been temporarily closed. As for the school, it had entered an indefinite state of suspension. Currently, most of the world's attention was on the awakening of the transcendents. People were frightened and some were excited. The depression of the industrial society seemed to have found a way to break the dam. Then, all the public opinion poured into this topic. Miss Maid had always been very obedient. She had never disobeyed Boss Luo, so she immediately said, "In that case, I'll prepare some gifts." "Gifts?" Luaccio was startled. Yu Yi blinked and said softly, "Yes, returning from overseas, of course. I have to bring something for my family. Probably Miss Rin will like it." She was talking about this. Boss Luo chuckled and let her be. There are still a few days before the summit meeting, it seems. Luaccio suddenly looked at one of the split screens of the infinitely small television. He thought for a while and said, "Maybe we should take a look here first. I saw Lady Nan, Nan Xiaonan." The visitor from the other subworld who gave him the star creation technique was currently working hard on how to properly develop in this unfamiliar subworld. Moreover, she was extremely missing the Almighty who lived in seclusion in this subworld and the delicacies from her hometown. After secretly taking Mr. House away from Ostong Pharmaceuticals and pretending to be a rescue team sent by the vampire who Mr. House had been secretly contacting, Nan Xiaonan went through a lot of twists and turns before running to the border of Britain by boat. The vampire who sent the rescue team was a gentleman with a knighthood living in the border of Britain. Most of his ancestral properties were in York City, Britain. So this time, their destination was York City. Originally, they planned to quietly disembark from Fog City and then take the train to their destination. But unfortunately, when they approached Fog City, they encountered Fog City that was in lockdown. Fog City was in chaos, and the effects were removed by the Magician Association as Oblivion spell. They had no choice but to change their route and disembark from another place. However, it wasn't a smooth journey. It seemed to have something to do with the increase of supernatural incidents in society. Their group were illegal immigrants who could not see the light of day and could only hide along the way. It took them a long time before they finally arrived at Mr. Vampire's lair. It was a small town called Whitby on the outskirts of York City. The checkpoint here doesn't seem to be very relaxed. In an RV, Nan Xiaonan and Section Chief Chin, who had plastic surgery to look like Tang Tianlin, were observing the road ahead and chatting from time to time. Hearing that, Tang Tianlin nodded and said, "I saw a lot of news on the way. Some unknown changes seem to be happening in this world. They call those incredible and bizarre events transcendence, the power that surpasses mortals." Nan Xiaonan flipped her hair and put her elbow on the window. She tilted her head and looked at Tang Tianlin, who was driving. No matter what this guy's identity was before the plastic surgery, it was enough for her to know that he was Tang Tianlin now. Nan Xiaonan didn't plan to use another identity to call this Section Chief Chin. She heard that he was the forensic doctor before she took office. To put it bluntly, from the point of view of those people outside, you're probably one of the transcendents. Nan Xiaonan chuckled and said, "When you're angry, you'll turn into a gray giant. Shouldn't you pay some copyright fees to a movie company?" Tang Tianlin ignored her and continued to focus on driving. He didn't have enough time at the moment, mainly because the situation of Mr. House in the RV was very dangerous at the moment. Mr. House was originally critically ill. The so-called plan to transfer his consciousness to a clone was deceived by a group of scientists from the beginning. The plan obviously didn't succeed. His consciousness was still in his dying body. Therefore, Mr. House had no choice but to place his last hopes on his new collaborator, Mr. Vampire. But now, because of the long and arduous journey, Mr. House, who was already unable to bear the burden, was on the verge of death. Now he was like a dying man, and there was no guarantee that he wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a day before he died. How could Tang Tianlin not be anxious? Mr. House had the secret of the perfect human cells in his hands. As for Mr. Vampire, he was also related to the Perfect Human Project. He was most likely one of the project's funders. Tang Tianlin, Section Chief Chin, his teacher, presided over the Perfect Human Cell Development Project. Then he was suddenly invaded by an unknown force, and finally, the trajectory of his life underwent a major change. He had been lurking as a forensic doctor, silently waiting for an opportunity. He hoped to find out what happened at the beginning, and he was even more unwilling to see his teacher's life's efforts being used for evil purposes. Therefore, he resolutely embarked on the path of revenge. At this moment, Tang Tianlin suddenly stepped hard on the brakes, hurriedly stopping the RV. In the rear compartment of the RV, the mercenaries sent by Mr. Vampire hurriedly knocked on the window and asked in dissatisfaction. In front of the RV, there were a few black cars blocking the road, and soon many strong men directly walked out of the black cars. They didn't seem to be the people from the special agencies in Britain who were most anxious to clean up supernatural incidents. Tang Tianlin and Nan Xiaonan looked at each other and then chose to get out of the RV. "You are?" Tang Tianlin asked with a frown while being vigilant. "Mr. Varley sent us." One of the men in black said indifferently at this time, "We're here to pick up House. Thank you for escorting us along the way. Come with us. After you see Mr. Varley, you'll get the reward you want." "Thank you." Tang Tianlin nodded at this time. Then the few black cars led the way but took them to another road. "This doesn't seem to be the way into the town. Mr. Varley doesn't live in town. His house is outside town. See, that's the old castle," the man in black said unhurriedly. "In addition, if you want to see Mr. Varley, you have to wait until night. You know, he hates the day. Wait, there's someone in front." At this moment, the driver in front could not help but stop the car. At this time, Nan Xiaonan, who was sitting in the RV's driver's seat, could not help but widen her eyes. Guess what she saw? She saw the delicious food of her hometown. Oh no! She saw the powerful person who could make the delicious food of her hometown Ren Xiling's silly son. Luochio, why is he here with a woman? What's going on? Who are you? The driver in front frowned at this time. This was the road to the old castle. Usually no one would pass through here. In a place like private property, there were suddenly two strangers, and not one, but a young man and a young woman. Our car broke down, and we couldn't find help nearby, so we had to ask for help here. Can you take us with you? We haven't eaten for a whole day, and now we feel hungry and thirsty. As he said, the young man in front of him even raised a piece of paper in his hand, on which was written, "Help." As for lifting her skirt to show her thighs on the road, Miss Maid obviously wouldn't do that. The driver frowned at this time, but immediately saw the eyes of the person behind him, so he nodded. "Okay, get in the car." He looked at the young man and woman as if they were dead people, although the man had delicate skin, which was very to his taste, and the woman was very beautiful. However, their fates had already been arranged. Mr. Varley would probably like these two fresh food who took the initiative to send themselves to him. "Thank you so much," Boss Luo said at this time with a grateful face, and then sat in the car arranged by them. Before getting in the car, he looked at the RV and smiled slightly. In the front of the RV, Nan Xiaonan couldn't help rubbing her forehead with a headache. She didn't know how to serve people, especially this kind of powerful person who could play with a subworld in the palm of his hand. "What's wrong with you?" Tang Tianlin couldn't help but ask curiously. Nan Xiaonan's situation was obviously a bit wrong at this time. "Nothing." Nan Xiaonan slowly sighed at this time and looked like she couldn't laugh. "I just have a hunch that maybe this operation won't be very smooth." "Be careful." Tang Tianlin nodded at this time, then looked at the young man who got on the car with a puzzled gaze. He subconsciously muttered to himself, "Why does he look so much like Captain Luo's child? No, he can't be here, it's just that they look alike." The motorcade was now slowly driving to the castle on the cliff in the distance. What made Fire Cloud Evil God not know whether to laugh or to be angry was that the two diplomatic missions in front of him had fought several times, but in the end, they didn't know why they fought. They were all blaming the other party for making the first move. The Nordic diplomatic mission claimed that they were enjoying a pleasant breakfast that morning, and then a huge fireball fell directly blowing up most of the temporary house they had built. The envoys from the mysterious side of the forest also said that on the morning of the same day, a pair of lovers in their team suddenly heard a man's dirty voice while they were making a baby. The other party even left behind evidence that pointed to a dwarf in the envoys from Northern Europe. "I said it's impossible," Mr. Midway said in a low voice. "That morning they were all eating breakfast with me. It's impossible for them to peek. And our house was destroyed. It was something that could be seen. It was clearly you who summoned the fireball. The self-proclaimed Nordic barbarians of a higher race, you bunch of rats hiding in the jungle." Curses were heard everywhere. It was unknown where this group of people who had just been seriously injured found the strength to still be full of energy at this time. Fire Cloud Evil God looked at them with a headache, then snorted coldly. He released his aura and directly suppressed this group of transcendents in front of him. "Have you never thought that the reason why things are happening so strangely is because someone is deliberately provoking you to fight?" Fire Cloud Evil God frowned and said, "This is clearly a clumsy modus operandi. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. The strong ones in Kelowna, we have already considered this possibility." Midway shook his head at this time and said, "But we have set up barriers all around. It's impossible for someone to pass through the barriers, steal our people's things, and even leave them as so-called evidence. Besides, even if our people really did peek, how could they leave behind something that can be used against them?" Agent A immediately translated at this time. The priest of the jungle mysterious side, Hugh Yimius, snorted coldly and said, "Finally willing to admit your evil deeds. In order to cover up your evil deeds, you even directed and acted out the illusion that your house was destroyed, the guilty ones complaining first. Fireball? Among you, there's someone who can summon a fireball. That pointy-eared girl can." Agent A immediately translated again. Can you not King translate at a time like this? At this time, Fire Cloud, evil god, directly slapped him flying. Forget it, I won't break it. I am not an upright official. I don't care what kind of delegation you are, according to the management regulations of the Kelowna Authority. I now announce that all of you will be locked up. I will negotiate with the government behind you. It's over. The old man heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that he had handled the situation quite well. ########PS 5784. Chapter 1761. As representatives of transcendent diplomatic missions from other countries, even if they were really locked up, they could not do too badly. Fire Cloud Evil God was also unwilling to chat with the director of the administration because of the complaints on his desk. Therefore, the Nordic diplomatic mission and the mysterious Jungleside mission were directly invited to the best hotel in the area, Four Seasons Hotel. Here, there were special people who were responsible for guarding and providing food 24 hours a day. The transcendents of the two diplomatic missions seemed to know that they could not win. Especially after being sent into the city, it was even harder for them to deal with human weapons. Therefore, they seemed to be quite cooperative. One diplomatic mission closed the first floor of the hotel, and it was peaceful for the time being. Fire Cloud Evil God was sitting in the lobby of the hotel, making kung fu tea by himself. At this time, Yen Xiaoxi, who had just received the news, hurried over. You usually seem quite steady, but your breath is in a mess. Sit down. Fire Cloud Evil God was sitting on a wooden stool, calm and composed. Master, I heard that you had a little conflict with Consultant Long. Fire Cloud said, If there is really a conflict, do you think I can still sit here alive? What kind of people do you have under you? They are so good that they don't learn to be good. Do they always like to exaggerate? I will go back and reorganize. Section Chief Yen suddenly said seriously, The rotten part is in the root. It is not something that can be cured with 1 or 2 reorganizations. Fire Cloud shook his head and suddenly said, After this meeting is over, follow me to cultivate for a while. I plan to recommend you to be the new consultant. This way, you can be more relaxed when you work. Remember, you have to earn your reputation. If you want to earn your reputation, you have to rely on your fists. My reputation is earned by punches. Don't waste your talent. In ancient times, you could be considered a rare martial arts genius. I know what to do. Yen Xiaoxi nodded silently. At this time, Fire Cloud Evil God stood up and said, There are many people here. I like the quietness. Let's go to the Peace Hotel outside the city and find old Zhang's family to drink tea. This time, a junior named Lu Mingho informed me directly. This guy has guts. He should be able to use it. You do as you see fit. After all, he is the local tyrant. You old masters from the capital. Would you know better than him where the soy sauce is cheaper? Yen Xiaoxi hurriedly stood up to send him off. However, she suddenly asked, Master, now that there are so many transcendents in the world, what kind of attitude should we adopt? What attitude do you want? The evil god of Fire Cloud suddenly patted his overly serious disciple on the head. You know what kind of attitude you want. You just don't dare to. Go ahead and do it. If anything happens, I'll take care of it for you. If it doesn't work, I'll shamelessly accompany you to visit each house. After all, Lord Long has already done this more than once. Remember, this is our territory. We are martial artists, not politicians. When it's time to be courageous, we'll do it directly. I know what to do. Oh, right. The evil god of Fire Cloud suddenly remembered something. Keep an eye on the Nordic ambassadors and the jungle mystics. Otherwise, my old bones won't be able to withstand a beating from that old lady. You're my apprentice. You have to help me when I'm in trouble, don't you think? So, whether or not Master is reliable and whether or not he can take care of things is a problem. Section Chief Yen sighed inwardly. That was why he usually did not put too much effort into training. What was the point of training? He knew that he would never be the best at it. At this moment, Yan Xiaoxi received a call. It was a call from the headquarters in the capital, so she had to treat it seriously. Then, Section Chief Yan's expression changed slightly. What happened? The evil god of Fire Cloud sensed that something was wrong and asked directly. Nothing. The delegation from the Ascetic Association has arrived. They asked me to receive them. Yan Xiaoxi said after thinking for a while. It's by Jia, right? The evil god of Fire Cloud nodded. It should be him. In the past, Lai Kaixing was basically the one who took care of the association. As the president, he had a lot of free time. Now he's probably very busy. Oh, if it's by Jia, you should have this expression, right? Yan Xiaoxi nodded. This time the delegation also has a new secretary of the association. Song Haoren. Song Haoren? The evil god of Fire Cloud frowned. This name sounds familiar, right? The lucky guy who saved most of the elite Taoist demons at Mount Tai? How did he become the secretary of the association? Yan Xiaoxi said, I don't know. But during this time, this Song guy has been helping the reconstruction of the Mount Tai area regardless of the cost. Moreover, because of his kindness and his relationship with the various Taoist sects and demons, he seems to be developing well. According to the information, the Song Haoren was originally a powerful family in the country, but they moved dozens of years ago and finally settled down in the mainland of South America. They have done a lot of business in the secular world. This time, they seem to have the intention to return. This Song Haoren is probably just a stepping stone. Then let's go and meet him. The evil god of Fire Cloud thought for a while and said, I also want to meet this young man who rose up like a shooting star. I want to see if he's a talent. He saved so many Taoists and demons by himself. This guy's luck is really extraordinary. This is a great benefit. It's hard to say about the demons, but these guys from the Taoist sects are most afraid of karma. They'll settle their debts, even if they have to risk their lives. Then I'll make the arrangements. Yan Xiaoxi nodded and left before the evil god of Fire Cloud. The ancient castle was to the north of the town. After passing through a dense forest, they could see a road leading to the cliff. The ancient castle of their destination this time was halfway up the cliff. To be exact, the time of their arrival was just past noon, or just before 13 in the afternoon. Along the way, the people sent by the ancient castle to receive Tang Tianlin did not say much. It was not until they entered the ancient castle that they started to move again. Mr. House was taken away by a man who was wearing a doctor's uniform and looked like a family doctor. He was sent for treatment. As for the mercenaries who were sent on this mission, they were arranged to stay in a room in the ancient castle. After that, no one else entered this room. The people in the mercenary group knew that Tang Tianlin and Nan Xiaonan were impersonators, but because they had been infected with some kind of terrifying virus and were threatened, they could only cooperate along the way. Tang Tianlin had already been on the way. From a few mercenaries in the mercenary group, he had a brief understanding of the owner of the ancient castle, Wally Psimish, a vampire who had lived for an unknown period of time. He had many secret properties all over the world, but he had always been living in Whitby Town. He was not afraid of cannons and had the terrifying ability to travel freely in the night. He had the terrifying ability of immortality. For this group of mercenaries who could only be regarded as elites among ordinary people, as long as he showed a little of his common extraordinary power, it was enough to make them fearful. Perhaps they could not even resist simple mental suggestion. This was Nan Xiaonan's judgment. In fact, through these mercenaries, besides knowing Wally's name and that he was a real vampire, Tang Tianlin could not get any more useful information. We've only seen Mr. Wally once. The head of the mercenary group shook his head at this time and said, The one who usually contacts us the most is the butler of the ancient castle. He's basically in charge of big and small affairs. Remember, we only agreed to cooperate with you because we had no choice. But if you do anything to anger the owner of the ancient castle, Then forgive us for not continuing this role-playing game with you. I'd rather be poisoned by your poison than be sent to the basement of the ancient castle to feed those terrible monsters." "What's under the ancient castle?" Nan Xiaonan suddenly became interested and asked in a good mood. "I don't know what it is." At this time, a flash of fear flashed in the eyes of the head of the mercenary group. "It's better not to know what it is. You'd better be quiet." In fact, ever since they entered the castle, the emotions of these mercenaries had been rather unstable. They looked frightened, and there were a few times when they almost gave themselves away. In response to this situation, Nan Xiaonan directly and quietly gave each of the mercenaries a mental shock, making them faint directly. Just say that they've been holding back for a long time, so they're drunk and can't wake up? Nan Xiaonan looked directly at Tang Tianlin at this time. "You should at least sprinkle some liquor on them." Tang Tianlin could not help but shake his head, but he was not too surprised by Nan Xiaonan's means. Along the way, he had already seen similar means many times and had long been used to it. Tang Tianlin had already guessed the source of Nan Xiaonan's extraordinary power. He guessed that Nan Xiaonan had probably mutated because of the experiment back then. This mutation had even caused her personality to change, and she had forgotten the things of the past. But whether this guess was reasonable or not, Tang Tianlin could not verify it in a short time. Originally, just like how a little perfect human cell was implanted in the arm, which eventually caused the body to mutate into an invulnerable gray man with infinite strength. This in itself was already unreasonable. Now, after throwing the group of mercenaries into the inner room and sprinkling some liquor carelessly, Nan Xiaonan came out clapping her hands and asked. House was taken away by their people. Tang Tianlin thought for a while and said, "To get to the core of the matter, we have to get close to the important people. How much of the way in have you memorized?" "I've remembered all of them." Nan Xiaonan smiled faintly and said, "Even more than you can imagine." Tang Tianlin couldn't help but cast a puzzled glance at Nan Xiaonan, only to see her mysteriously shrink at this time, and in the center of her palm there was unexpectedly an extra small stone. This stone seemed to have moved faintly. In another room, a young man with deep dark circles, a pale face, and wearing a tuxedo, who looked about 24 or 25 years old, appeared in front of the two lost travelers whose car had broken down with two maids of the castle. It's rare to see this kind of old beetle car. At this time, the castle butler, who called himself Lisa, looked indifferent, and his voice was flat as he said weakly, "Don't worry, we have found the car that broke down and someone will fix it soon. You two can stay here temporarily for the time being. If possible, we hope to thank the owner of the castle face to face and express our gratitude," Boss Luo said, quite formally at this time. "Master is resting," Lisa said lightly at this time. "He likes to wake up at night. But don't worry, you two will see him. I have asked someone to prepare some food for you, and also a change of clothes. They are all new." "That's true. I can't thank you enough," Boss Luo said with a smile. "There is a bell in front of the door," Lisa said again. "If you need anything, just ring this bell, and the servants will come soon." Boss Luo said curiously, "What a strange way. Along the way, except for cars, I don't seem to see anything like electrical appliances." As they walked along the corridor, they saw many candlesticks hanging on the walls. This castle looked very old. As they walked into the castle, they felt as though they had walked into the era of this castle. "Master doesn't like modern things very much," Lisa said lightly at this time. "He thinks these things are a kind of destruction to nature, so he has always insisted on this ancient way. In fact, it's good to get used to it. If you two feel stuffy in the room, you can take a walk in the courtyard. But remember, don't cross the rose wall in the courtyard, or you will have to bear the consequences." "Rose wall?" Boss Luo looked out of the window at this time. From this angle, he could see a corner of the so-called rose wall in the courtyard. "Is there something inside? Is it something that eats people?" "There will be flowers that eat people," Lisa said seriously at this time. but immediately changed his expression. Of course, this is just a joke, but Master cherishes this rose wall very much, so he doesn't want it to be destroyed by others. So, I wish you two a pleasant meal. The butler then left with the maid very elegantly. Of course, the dining car and food were left. Miss Maid directly began to lift the lid of the dining car and took a look. The food was unexpectedly rich, and the taste was not bad. Oh, it seems that the chef of the castle is very attentive. Miss Maid smiled softly and said, "The technique is not bad. It seems that he has put in a lot of effort in entertaining guests." Miss Maid suddenly waved her hand, and a black flame sprinkled. After a while, the food on the dining car was burned up. In the end, what remained on the plate were some small charred corpses, insects, poisonous scorpions, and spiders. It was very nutritious. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS as usual. Chapter 1762. It was indeed very nutritious. In the words of Miss Maid, these things could effectively strengthen people's physique after being cooked, especially the hematopoietic function, which could be improved to different degrees according to different people's physiques. Boss Luo naturally wouldn't question Miss Maid's judgment. The witch named Pansy had a large number of believers in the secret medicine field in the inhuman domain. It had even evolved to the extent that, as long as this which published the prescription, some secret pharmacists would unconditionally overturn their past experience. In short, in fact, the food on this table was really nutritious. Although it was nutritious, Boss Luo, who had always been interested in food, lost his appetite in an instant when looking at the restored species. There were so many delicious foods in the world. It was not worthwhile to hunt for these strange things like spiders and bats. At this time, Miss Maid, who could understand the master's intention, saw this and directly put away the food on the plate. There seems to be a secret pharmacist in this castle. I can smell the secret passage of the secret medicine, especially on Butler Lisa. What are you going to do? Boss Luo couldn't help but ask curiously. At this time, Miss Maid was putting all the collected food into a silver cup and then began to mash it with a silver fork. There seemed to be several kinds of useful materials in the garden outside. Miss Maid smiled at this time. I haven't made secret medicine for some time, so I'm going to make something small. In fact, it was just a pastime to pass the time. Boss Luo expressed some reserved curiosity and then proposed to take a walk outside. Butler Lisa allowed them to freely visit the courtyard, didn't he? Miss Maid had to go outside to pick herbs to make small things, didn't she? Then a small stone suddenly hit the window of the room at this time, making a sound which attracted the attention of Boss Luo and Miss Maid. They looked outside and saw Nan Xiaonan's head hanging from the window. She even waved her hand and said hello. It was not cute. It's really you, Mr. Luo. Nan Xiaonan sat down excitedly. It's been a while since we last met. What an exciting and surprising reunion. She was mainly concerned that the champion could make the delicacies of her hometown, because she had always been suppressed by the will of a minor world. The champion of another minor world could only extract energy through eating. Yeah, it's been a while. Boss Luo smiled. Lady, Nan seems to have lost some weight. Can you reduce it? Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but think helplessly. In order to ensure safety on the road, she had been sparing no effort to create Xing Creation's creatures. What Tang Tianlin didn't know was that, although there were many obstacles along the way, it was the result of Nan Xiaonan secretly being a scout. By the way, Mr. Luo, why are you here? Nan Xiaonan thought for a while and said, During this period, I occasionally email Ms. Rin. You seem to be studying abroad? I came to Britain in the first place. Boss Luo said casually. It just so happens that the school is temporarily on holiday for some reason, so I plan to go out for a road trip. I didn't expect to get lost here. Like hell, I believe you. A powerful person like you would be lost. Is it possible that you regard this place as a crack between dimensions? It wasn't easy for her and Tang Tianlin to send Mr. House here, But this Mr. Luo appeared out of nowhere. Could it be that he was also here for the perfect person? At this time, Miss Maid was bringing some drinks. There were tools to make tea in the room. "Lady Nan, please have some tea." As she spoke, the servant girl brought a teacup and placed a small bag of white powder in front of Nan Xiaonan. Nan Xiaonan glanced at it and said without thinking, "Can you put 2 more bags of sugar? My body's need for sugar is higher." "Of course." Miss Maid smiled slightly, and then put 2 more bags of what looked like powdered sugar without hesitation. After all, this is an exciting and surprising reunion. This thing seems to be one of those nutritious things that she had just crushed. "Boss," Luo glanced at it. He didn't intend to point it out, but said, as if nothing had happened, "Lady Nan, you just happened to come here. I don't know why." After thinking about it for a while, Nan Xiaonan didn't plan to hide it. This was the first time she had met a mysterious expert that she couldn't sense after wandering in so many subworlds and wandering in so many mysterious places between the dimensions. Nan Xiaonan even felt that she didn't have to have any conflicts with him for the so-called perfect person and perfect person cells. If she wanted to survive in this subworld, the first thing she had to do was obviously to have a good relationship with the strongest person here, and also to take advantage of the luck of Rin Xiling, the child of the world, from time to time. Everything was okay. So, Lady Nan started to talk about how she stayed at home and encountered an assassination. She was thirsty, so she took a sip of Miss Maid's black tea. Needless to say, after drinking this tea, it was as if he had an inexhaustible amount of energy. She subconsciously licked her lips and wanted to refill the cup. In the corridor of the west courtyard of the castle, Tang Tianlin was walking fast like a cat. This was a route that was different from the one he took when he entered the castle. He had explored here so far. He didn't know how Nan Xiaonan was doing. After leaving the room, the two of them split up and began to make inquiries. This was Nan Xiaonan's request, and after a moment of hesitation, Tang Tianlin agreed. At this time, he was writing down the path he took while thinking about the castle. He didn't even meet anyone along the way. Not even the servants of the castle, not to mention the bodyguards in black who came to receive Mr. House. The whole castle revealed a strange tranquility. It was like half of a school building on a weekend. It gave people a feeling that they could walk freely without being careful. However, this castle didn't have any modern equipment, which made Tang Tianlin feel a lot more convenient. At least he didn't have to deliberately avoid the surveillance cameras. But he didn't find anything special after searching the whole West Wing. It seemed that the whole West Wing was used to receive guests, and the East Wing was the real important place of the castle. There were only 2 ways to enter the East Wing. One was through the normal corridor, and the other was through the courtyard. There was a huge wall of roses in the courtyard. It was too obvious to go straight through the corridor. Once exposed, it would be difficult to maneuver around. So Tang Tianlin directly chose to go toward the wall of roses in the courtyard. The wall of roses covered nearly half of the courtyard, but when he walked in, he found that it was bigger than he imagined. At this time, the 3-meter-high wall of roses was actually a maze-like structure. Tang Tianlin walked and found that he seemed to be a little lost. It was even difficult to distinguish the direction. This made him have the idea to directly go through the wall of roses and pretend to walk all the way. He did as he thought. At this time, Tang Tianlin took a deep breath and then pinched the sleeve of his left arm. His arm turned gray little by little, and then it began to harden. The hardening spread all the way to his right arm. In this way, with both hands in front of his body, Tang Tianlin took 2 steps back and then ran a few steps and instantly crashed into the wall of roses. The moment he went through, he felt a slight pain of his skin being pierced by the barbs on the branches. Then he successfully broke through a wall of roses and appeared on the other side. It was effective. Before Tang Tianlin broke through several walls of roses in a row, suddenly something directly hit him in the face. He was subconsciously shocked and waved his hands to block it. Unexpectedly, at this time, his legs had been directly entangled by something. Then he only felt that his legs began to lift off the ground, and then instantly flew toward the sky. Then he was forcefully pulled down and directly smashed on the ground. Even though the ground was covered in mud and grass, Tang Tianlin felt that this smash wasn't. If it wasn't for the fact that his body was much stronger than an ordinary person's due to his perfect human cells, such a simple smash would probably have ruptured the internal organs of an ordinary person. In his shock, Tang Tianlin finally got a clear look at the thing that attacked him. It turned out to be a quite old willow. Unlike ordinary willow trees, this guy's branches could be waved freely. His calf was now entangled by a willow tree's branches. Seeing this strange willow waving its branches again to lift him up, Tang Tianlin was shocked. His arms instantly swelled a little, and then he clenched his teeth and used his strength to directly tear off the willow tree's branches. Only then was he able to get away. He quickly retreated until he was at the position of the wall of roses. The length of the branches of the hitting willow was limited. At this time, the roots and branches had been stretched straight, but in the end they were still an arm's length away from reaching Tang Tianlin's body. The angry hitting willow kept slapping its branches. Tang Tianlin watched in a cold sweat. At this time he found that there were many similar willow trees here. This was a small willow forest surrounded by a maze of flowers. The willow trees that beat people only made Tang Tianlin feel fear. However, what truly made his hair stand on end was that he discovered that on the branches of the willow trees in this small willow forest, there were actually many corpses hanging from them. There was no doubt that they were corpses. As a professional forensic doctor, he often dealt with corpses. How could he be wrong about this kind of thing? And because of his profession, Tang Tianlin could easily distinguish the approximate time of death of some corpses. Some probably died a few days ago, and some probably died a few weeks ago. Their corpses were already rotten and full of white worms. Exposed in the wild like this, who knew how many flies were attracted to lay eggs? At this time, an ear-piercing sound, like the sound of a whistle, was heard. Tang Tianlin was shocked and quickly hid in the flower wall. At this time, at the entrance of the flower wall, he saw a hunchback old man wearing an old leather wallet, with a gray beard, one black eye and the other white eye, and a face full of abscesses limping in. At this time, he was holding a whistle in his mouth. As he walked, he blew, but it was enough to make the hitting willow trees around him stop one after another. Tang Tianlin, who was hiding in the flower wall, opened his eyes wide at this time. He saw that the ugly old man was dragging a corpse at this time. The corpse was obviously a young woman, but at this time her skin was pale. Because she was being dragged on the ground, it was impossible to see the woman's face clearly. He only knew that she was wearing a sexy red pajama. After a while, the old man walked to a willow tree and directly hung the female corpse with a rope. Then the old man said in a rather irritable voice, "Eat, eat, you monsters! Don't disturb my nap all day. Be quiet for me." He kept saying similar words, and then kept blowing the ear-piercing whistle. Then he laughed and took out a dagger that he kept with him, and randomly cut dozens of times on the trunk of a willow tree. Only then did the hunchbacked, ugly old man stop. He gasped for breath and stared. After a while, the ugly old man suddenly began to look around suspiciously. Tang Tianlin, who was hiding in the flower wall, directly stopped breathing and did not move. After a while, the old man shook his head and then limped away from the way he came, until now Tang Tianlin slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He subconsciously sat down in the flower wall, alarmed by the scene he had just seen. At this time, his palm seemed to have touched something in the soil, and he subconsciously looked at it. At this time, a cold air directly spread to his scalp, making his scalp numb. That was because he actually saw a face in the mud. The face was rotten. It seemed to be a man's face. The face and mouth were stuffed with soil, and the eyes were directly empty. The roots of the roses that were woven into the flower wall were surprisingly from the soil of the mouth, nostrils, and eyes of this face. Fertilizer, this flower wall maze, and even the willow forest in the maze. Under the soil there were corpses. In an instant, Tang Tianlin gave up the idea of going through the flower wall. He hurriedly rushed out and then went all the way back until he was in the room where they were arranged. The mercenaries still did not wake up, and there was no trace of anyone entering the room. Before they went out, the hair that they put in the crack of the door was still there. But Nan Xiaonan still had not returned at this time. Tang Tianlin quickly poured himself a glass of wine and directly drank a mouthful. He felt as if the whole castle had become as dark and strange as it had become. Hashtag PS 58/84. Chapter 1763. Basically, that's the general experience. Nan Xiaonan finally sighed, slowly, and ended her narration. Basically, there was nothing to hide. The degree of frankness could be said to be the truth. Well, it seems that Lady Nan has indeed experienced a lot along the way. Boss Luo nodded at this time and immediately said, "Lady Nan, it's better not to consume too much sugar." Nan Xiaonan was subconsciously startled. She seemed to have unknowingly drunk 6 or 7 cups of delicious black tea. She put down the teacup in her hand and then nodded thoughtfully. "You're right, I think I should also consume more protein, which is good for the balance of energy. It's better to consume protein in a liquid state, so that it's easier to absorb. Lady Nan, since you came out to explore the castle, you've been out for so long. Aren't you worried about your companions?" Miss Maid suddenly said, "It's not a big problem. I've been watching." Nan Xiaonan smiled confidently at this time and said, "Although it's a bit suppressed here, some small tricks can still be used. I've almost explored the general terrain of the castle." As she said, there were suddenly some rustling sounds coming from the window. At this time, small stones like ants were actually lined up into a long line, moving little by little. They finally came to Nan Xiaonan, then piled up little by little, and finally combined into the shape of a small dog. It could even wag its tail. Boss Luo couldn't help but praise at this time. Star creation, no matter how many times I've seen it, I can feel its wonders. Yes, Nan Xiaonan smiled at this time and said, "For me, these guys are like my children. When I'm with them, it's quite a wonderful feeling." She could give a new life to an object, no matter what it was. This ability was actually quite terrifying when thinking about it carefully. It was equivalent to letting all the secrets be exposed in front of Nan Xiaonan. After all the activities of living creatures were inseparable from matter. When doing bad things, there would always be something beside. Even if it was just a grain of sand, it was enough to be a witness. "So, Lady Nan has already known the secret of this castle?" Miss Maid asked. Nan Xiaonan shook her head at this time and said, "Nothing particularly important. The real core of the castle should be inside the east wing. There are many barriers similar to bounded domain that prevent people from entering, unless we can get the object inside. Otherwise, the preliminary investigation can only stop here." As she said this, Nan Xiaonan took out a pen and paper and began to draw the topographic map of the castle, and also marked the situation she discovered. "It's more or less." At this moment, Nan Xiaonan spun her pen. "These places are slightly dangerous, but the other places are basically safe. In addition, the names and locations of the people in the ancient castle." As she said this, Nan Xiaonan suddenly pressed her hands on the temporarily drawn map. After a while, the map even came to life. It could be seen that the marks marked with people's names could move automatically on the map at this time. This is the track map of the activities of the people in the castle. Nan Xiaonan opened the map at this time. "How is it? It's very convenient, right?" Indeed, Miss Maid, who had always been picky, couldn't help but nod at this time. Just as Master said, star creation is really a kind of amazing ability. It seems to have many more uses than we imagined. Xing Chuang was Nan Xiaonan's special ability. At this time, she was somewhat proud to be praised. "Mr. Luo, I'll leave this map here," Nan Xiaonan took the initiative to say at this time. "Take it as a reward for today's hospitality. Tang Tianlin has returned to his room. If there is nothing else, then I'll go back first. Keep in touch." After saying this, without waiting for Luocho's response, Lady Nen quickly jumped out of the window. Boss Luo and Miss Maid looked at each other. She didn't ask us why we came here. Luochio shook his head at this time. Miss Maid also said she didn't ask us anything about the perfect person. She even gave us something. This lady, Nan, seems to be the type who knows how to deal with people. Boss Luo smiled and said, "This map is very interesting." Looking at the names of the servants in the castle marked on the map, even Butler Lisa was among them, but the owner of the castle, Mr. Varley and house, were not there. At this time, Butler Lisa suddenly stopped and walked into a room. The room was now written, Dr. Gore's room. Dr. Gore's was naturally the family doctor of the castle, who took Mr. Houseway at the beginning. It was exactly 3:00 in the afternoon. Mr. Lisa, the butler with dark circles under his eyes and bloodshot eyes, pushed open the door to the room of the family doctor, Gerald's. Two maids stood outside the door at this time like statues. Butler Lisa casually glanced inside the room. It was more like Mr. Gore's laboratory than a place to rest. Biological specimens soaked in preservative liquid could be seen everywhere, and the operating table placed in the center of the room. In addition, there was a strong light. This doctor was obviously special and the only one in the castle who had many modern tools in his room. When Butler Lisa came in, Dr. Gore's was dissecting something on the operating table with a chainsaw. "Can you be gentler?" Butler Lisa said at this time. "Do you know it takes a long time to clean your room every day and the smell is very strong?" "Oh, you're here." Dr. Gore's put down the chainsaw at this time just in time. While speaking, Dr. Gore's, who was quite handsome and even a little feminine, with light pinkish-purple lips, smiled, took off the blood-stained gloves, and then took out a heart from the biological body on the operating table. It was a heart that was still active and could be stirred. It's just a feed that's no longer blood-producing function, but the heart is still fine. It can be taken as breakfast. Shall I squeeze some for you? I'm not hungry. The butler shook his head. I'm here to ask you about House. He's injected, he won't die now. Dr. Gore's began to mix his so-called breakfast while saying, "Don't worry, when Mr. Varley wakes up, he'll see a lively house ghoul." "No, you may have to hide House temporarily," Butler Lisa suddenly said at this time. Dr. Gore stopped and frowned. "Why?" "I just received the news that there will be guests in the castle tonight." Butler Lisa paused and added, "It's the guys from the monitoring team." "That group of guys?" Dr. Gore's thought for a while and said, "I remember that the monitoring team doesn't have much power now. Since the news of the death of the Grand Dukes came, now all the clans in the Inhuman domain have fallen into a whirlpool of struggle. Who will be afraid of the monitoring team?" "That's exactly why," Butler Lisa said expressionlessly. "They need more support." The Grand Dukes died mysteriously, and the clans are not only in constant internal strife, but also more in fear. To change this situation, the monitoring team needs to regain full control of the situation. If they wanted to regain power, they needed enough support. Mr. Varley is one of the legitimate heirs of Simus. It's very useful for the monitoring team to win his support. That will depend on the sincerity of tonight's guests. Dr. Gore shook his head at this time, but as far as I know, the most powerful person who can integrate the clan seems to be the young master of Torado Balegan, right? Oh no, it should be the new master of Torado now, Grand Duke Balegan. The situation of Torado is different. Butler Lisa shook his head and said, "Balegan's ability to unify the clans is much stronger than the original heirs of the other clans. He is the strongest, and he is the hero of the war 100 years ago. After the death of Torado as Grand Duke, there was no resistance at all, and he has already succeeded to the position of Grand Duke." "Okay," Dr. Gore's shook his head and said, "What's the use of you asking me to care about the internal power struggle of these clans? Compared to this, I'm more concerned about when the farm in the Inhuman territory will be restored. To be honest, the rare blood types that can be found in the modern world are getting less, and more or less, they are all contaminated. Oh, by the way, I heard that 2 people who got lost came today. I arranged for them to stay in the West Wing. Butler Lisa said indifferently, "It just so happens that the monitoring team is coming tonight. I was wondering if I should use them to greet the guests." "So you actually came here to get the purification potion, right?" Dr. Gores narrowed his eyes with a smile. Butler Lisa shrugged and said, "Who asked you to be the high-level pharmacist certified by the Magician Association? The blood of these ordinary people is not purified, and it's not easy to eat. Take it." Dr. Gores took out a bottle of potion from the cabinet. "Don't be so extravagant. The raw materials are a bit scarce recently. You also know how picky our Mr. Varley is. These potions are barely enough for him." Soon, the butler who got what he wanted from Dr. Gores brought the 2 maids to the west wing of the castle again. He directly went to the room where the 2 passengers whose car broke down were greeted. The maid knocked on the door and then pushed it open. Looking at the empty room, Butler Lisa couldn't help but frown. Where are they? The room was obviously not big, and one could see if there was anyone inside at a glance. At this moment, a low voice came from outside the room. It was a relief sculpture of a human face on the wall facing the door. At this moment, it suddenly opened its eyes and spoke. They said they wanted to take a walk in the courtyard. Didn't you say that when they feel bored, they can be allowed to take a walk in the courtyard, Mr. Butler? Butler Lisa furrowed his brows and looked at the 2 maids in confusion. Did I really say that to them? The 2 maids nodded at the same time, and then looked at Butler Lisa helplessly. The butler was actually very good in all aspects, but he still walked in a decadent style. It was a pity that his memory was bad, really bad. "Oh, I seem to have said that." Butler Lisa nodded at this time and then thought for a moment. "Then go and catch them." With that, the 2 maids nodded and left the room in a neat manner. The housekeeper was waiting alone in the reception room. After a while, the housekeeper stood up and looked around in confusion. Then, as if he had remembered something, he quickly left. After a while, the butler came to Dr. Gore's room again. "Why are you here again?" "I'm going to take some potions to use tonight." Butler Lisa thought at this time and said, "There will be guests from the Lesenborough family visiting tonight, so I need to prepare a banquet." "Wait, didn't you just say that someone from the inspection team came to visit tonight? So you took a bottle of potion from me? When did I come here?" Butler Lisa shook his head. "The inspection team will come, but not today. Today's guests are from the Lesenborough family." Dr. Gores said angrily at this time, "I know. You always use your bad memory as an excuse. But in fact, you just want to cheat the potions from me. I was wondering why the potions were used up so quickly. In fact, it was you who squandered them. Get lost." Bang! The door of the doctor's room was suddenly closed. "What am I doing here?" The butler looked at the closed door and was startled. He stood silently in front of the door and seemed to be thinking about something. "Oh, I'm going to see those mercenaries." As he muttered to himself, the butler looked around him and realized that the maids were no longer by his side. The butler couldn't help but frown. He felt that the maids in the castle had become more and more lazy recently. "It's outrageous. It seems that I need to adjust their food supply." The butler walked towards the room where the mercenaries were arranged. The passenger plane slowly landed on the runway. After a short period of taxiing, it would officially stop. At this time, in the cabin of the plane, the broadcast sounded. It was the broadcast of the crew that could often be heard. "Well, we've finally arrived." A middle-aged Taoist priest with a bun on his head and wearing a Taoist robe yawned out of boredom and stood up. "Little song, don't arrange for a plane next time. It's so uncomfortable to sit. I think we should take the train when we travel in the future." "Okay, I'll arrange it next time." A handsome young man who was completely different from the other passengers in the cabin smiled and replied, "I'll arrange a stewardess for one-on-one service next time." Then the Taoist priest snorted twice and gave the young man a thumbs up. At this time, the young man's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and narrowed his eyes, saying with a smirk, "Xiao Yingying, did you miss your uncle?" At this time, a special car could be seen outside, driving into the tarmac and stopping next to the passenger plane. At this time, the people who got out of the car were Consultant Huiyun and Yan Xiaoxi of the administration. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 1764. It was a plane chartered by the Dao Sect Association. Hence, the people who alighted from the plane were all reputable figures in Kelowna Dao Sect, many of whom had already shown their faces during the Battle of Mount Tai. Other than the fact that Song Hauran had a completely different style, he was dressed in a casual white suit and had an unruly smile on his face. Other than his good looks, there didn't seem to be anything special about him. That was Yan Xiaoxi's first impression of Song Hauran. Hey, this kid's skills are not weak. Consultant Hui Yin was watching the people from the Dao Sect alight from the plane. When he saw Song Hauran, his eyes suddenly lit up. That's strange. Isn't this kid the secretary of the Dao Sect Association? Why is he following our path? Our path is naturally the path of a martial artist. Yan Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. Song Hauran was actually proficient in martial arts, but he couldn't tell at first glance. Who's the person beside this kid? Consultant Hua Yin suddenly asked again. It was a woman dressed in casual clothes, but her face was covered with a white veil. She looked rather strange. At this moment, the woman followed behind Song Hauran and alighted from the plane. It's not mentioned in the information. Yan Xiaoxi shook his head and said, "Maybe it's the people from the association. I heard that the Dao Sect Association has recruited many people. After the Battle of Mount Tai and the recovery of spiritual energy, many sects have plans to expand their recruitment. This association has also become more active. A few of the masterminds of the 100 Tribulations are not here." Consultant Hua Yun frowned. "What's the matter?" "I don't know either." Yan Xiaoxi shook his head. After alighting from the plane, Song Hauran walked straight towards Consultant Huiyun and Yan Xiaoxi. There was a warm smile on his face. Before Song Hauran arrived, his voice was already heard. "I think the two of you must be Senior Huiyun from the administration and the young and promising section chief Yan. I'm Song Hauran, nice to meet you." Seeing Song Hauran greet him with cupped fists, Consultant Hua Yun nodded slightly. Yan Xiaoxi, on the other hand, did not feel it was appropriate to be too cold. Instead, she reached out to shake his hand. "Why don't I see Taoist Priest Baijia and the other vice presidents of the association?" Yan Xiaoxi asked straightforwardly. Song Hauran said, "The president and the deputy presidents changed their schedules at the last minute. They said that they would come over later. Therefore, they asked me to serve the other seniors of the Dao Sect for the time being." Yan Xiaoxi asked with a frown, "A last-minute change in the itinerary? Why didn't the administrative bureau receive any notice?" "It was a last-minute decision." Song Hauran smiled and said, "There is no signal on the plane, so I can't inform you." "I'm really sorry. There was no signal on the plane. It would be a miracle if they believed it." Yan Xiaoxi glanced at Huiyun, who shook his head gently. At the same time, a group of seniors of the Dao Sect came forward. They recognized Huiyun, who was in charge of guarding the administration of China, and they also knew his background. At this time, they had come forward to befriend him. Just like that, Consultant Huiyun suddenly fell into a social hell. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. If he had known that Baijia Daoist would not be on the flight this time, he would have kicked Yan Xiaoxi alone and gone to the Peace Hotel to drink with old Zhang's family. It was hard for Huiyun to say whether people should be divided into different levels, but there was definitely a division among the transcendents. Transcendents of different levels would not be able to talk to each other. In that case, let's wait for them to arrive. Yan Xiaoxi had no choice but to say, "The administrative bureau has already arranged a place for you to stay. Let me send you there. From now on, We will be in charge of the reception from the start of the meeting until it starts. You're welcome, Section Chief Yen. Song Haoran suddenly waved his hand and said, I've already arranged a place for you to stay. There's no need to trouble the administrative bureau. You've already arranged it? Yen Xiaoxi frowned. Song Haoran laughed heartily and said, That's right. It's our Song family's property. The expenses of the Dao Sect Association will be sponsored by our Song family. Take it as a contribution to the country and not a waste of the country's finances. The situation involved in this meeting is very complicated. Yen Xiaoxi said expressionlessly, We hope that everyone will follow the rules. We won't make things difficult for you. Song Haoran smiled and said, Section Chief Yen can send someone over to take care of it. I'll take good care of it. Even if Section Chief Yen comes over personally, it won't be a problem. Section Chief Yen, don't worry. The Dao Sect Association is an official department and has an official seal. There's nothing to worry about, unless Section Chief Yen thinks that we'll do something bad. I'll send someone over, Yen Xiaoxi said calmly. Thank you for your accommodation. Song Haoran smiled and said, Then let's go now. A fleet of luxury cars drove toward the airport. They were lined up in a row and looked very imposing, attracting the attention of most of the passengers who had just gotten off the plane. This is also your arrangement. Yen Xiaoxi frowned. I just want to make it more comfortable for the seniors. Song Haoran laughed and said, After all, I've just become the secretary of the Dao Sect Association. It's not good for me to mess up my work. Section Chief Yen, please understand, please understand. Yen Xiaoxi remained silent and subconsciously looked at the chartered bus that he had sent over to pick up the seniors of the Dao sect, the tour bus. He suddenly felt the evil intentions of the power of money. Even if the Administrative Bureau was a special organization, its funds were limited. The funds were all used on research and equipment changes. How could they be so extravagant and greedy for pleasure? He felt that the people of the Dao sect had really changed. They actually succumbed to sugar-coated bullets. Everyone here is an expert senior of the Dao sect. Yen Xiaoxi said calmly, I think they won't be moved by material things. Secretary Song, you'd better spend more time and effort on useful things. As she said that, the doors of the fleet of luxury cars opened one after another. All of a sudden, graceful ladies in short skirts walked out of the cars. They stood in front of the car and bowed to the group of experts in the Dao sect in unison, inviting them to board the car. Aya, seriously, this little Song, I can't believe he actually made such arrangements. I must criticize him properly. I'll get on this car. Young lady, let me tell you the principles of life. Your clothes can't be like this. Who can bear this? Cough, cough. Yeah, Taoist priest. You're so bad. That was basically the situation. Section Chief Yen was speechless, and his face was sullen throughout. He watched as the fleet of luxury cars drove out of the airport slowly. He couldn't even squeeze out a smile. Well then, see you later, Section Chief Yen. Song Haoran finally said goodbye before getting on the car with the masked lady and leaving slowly. Interesting. Fire Cloud, evil god, suddenly appeared beside Yen Xiaoxi and said with a smile, What's this? Section Chief Yen subconsciously looked at the thing in Fire Cloud, evil god's hand, a jade pendant. He remembered that his master didn't have such a thing. This is the gift that the guy surnamed Song just gave me. Fire Cloud, evil god smiled and said, This thing is really something. Even if you ask people to dig it out, they might not be able to find it. I hope this group of people who have always been carefree can withstand it. Suddenly, Yen Xiaoxi thought, Is this the reason why 100 Tribulations Taoist and the other seniors changed their itinerary? 100 Tribulations Taoist knows. Why don't we enjoy the luxurious life and follow you here to suffer the northwest wind? In the sky, in the clouds, several figures were walking through the sea of clouds. Yeah, We still have to come to this desolate place. These presidents and vice presidents of the Tao Association were heading to the legendary Ghost City, Fengdu. The purpose of 100 Tribulations Taoist trip was to find the Ghost King Xiao Xingma in Fengdu. You guys, Taoist Master 100 Calamity side, are you guys blinded by the summit meeting? Have you forgotten what's coming? What day? An old Taoist paused and pinched his fingers to calculate. His face changed slightly. Hungry Ghost Festival. The Ghost Gate is going to open. 100 Tribulations Taoist said seriously. City Master Xiao sent me a letter saying that he might not be able to withstand the opening of the Ghost Gate this time. City Master Xiao was seriously injured on Mount Tai and hasn't recovered yet. This is really... The old Taoist finally sighed. Troubled times. Just as he was about to knock on the door, Lisa fell into doubt again. What am I doing here? Soon enough, he remembered the reason why he came here. He was going to prepare the food for the guests tonight. There was a knock on the door. When the sound was heard, Nan Xiaonan and Tang Tianlin looked at each other quickly. Several mercenaries were thrown into the room and hadn't woken up yet. It seemed that they couldn't handle the visitors. Hello, I'm Lisa, the butler of the castle. Nan Xiaonan and Tang Tianlin looked at each other again. Nan Xiaonan nodded, and then Tang Tianlin quickly walked to the back of the door and made a ready gesture. After that, Nan Xiaonan calmly opened the door of the room. She immediately saw a man in a tuxedo with serious eye bags and bloodshot eyes. Hello, butler Lisa. Nan Xiaonan smiled and was about to release a mental attack. Unexpectedly, butler Lisa suddenly said, What happened? Didn't the servants serve you? I remember that they should have sent food. Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but stop and said with surprise, No one came, Mr. Butler. Oh, probably the servants are lazy. Butler Lisa rubbed his eyebrows and said, By the way, I've asked someone to repair your car. It should be repaired soon. Repair? Nan Xiaonan blinked at this time. Repair what car? Wait, did this butler treat her as Mr. Luo and Miss Yu? They had clearly seen each other when they entered the castle? Yes. Butler Lisa nodded at this time and said, It's the best repairman in the town, so you can rest assured. In addition, this time I'm here to tell you something. What's the matter? Nan Xiaonan asked subconsciously, and at the same time signaled Tang Tianlin not to act rashly. It's like this, Butler Lisa said faintly at this time. In the evening, the castle will hold a banquet. If you don't mind, I hope you can attend. Banquet? Nan Xiaonan frowned. She really couldn't guess what the butler was thinking, so she had to be patient and asked, What banquet? Friends from afar will come to visit the owner of the castle. Butler Lisa said, The owner of the castle is very hospitable, so he will hold a banquet. The owner likes to be lively, so he hopes you two can attend. Tang Tianlin behind the door nodded quietly at this time. Nan Xiaonan smiled and said, Mr. Butler, thank you for your invitation. We will attend the banquet, but we don't have suitable clothes. Then come with me. Butler Lisa nodded at this time. I'll take you two to choose some suitable clothes. Oh, yes, sir, you've been standing behind me. Did the clothes behind me get dirty? Until now, Tang Tianlin was shocked in his heart. The butler of the castle had already noticed it when he came in. He quickly glanced at Nan Xiaonan, but this time it was Nan Xiaonan who looked at him more clearly. Nothing, I'm just looking for something. Tang Tianlin walked out from behind the door at this time and said casually, I've found it. Butler Lisa nodded at this time. That's good. Then, please come with me to choose the evening clothes. This way, please. Nan Xiaonan and Tang Tianlin had to temporarily deal with the butler with doubts at this time. By the way, however, the butler of the castle suddenly called at this time. This made Nan Xiaonan and Tang Tianlin frown at the same time. Their bodies tensed up and they were about to fight, but they heard Butler Lisa say, The servants really didn't send any food. No. Oh, What a bunch of lazy people. Butler Lisa said thoughtfully, I will definitely punish them. This guy, what's wrong with him? The two couldn't help but feel puzzled. In the courtyard in front of the flower wall, two maids suddenly came out at this time. They appeared in front of Boss Luo and Miss Maid at this time. One stretched out her left hand, and the other stretched out her right hand, and said in unison, You too, the flower wall area is forbidden to visit. We just want to take a look at it from a close distance. We don't want to go in for the time being. Boss Luo smiled at this time, but looked at the two maids in front of him. Twins with extremely neat movements. You can't go near it either, the twin maid said again. That's a pity. Boss Luo shook his head and immediately said, In this case, I wonder if you two ladies can show us around this castle. The twin maids looked at each other at this time, then nodded at the same time and said in unison, Yes. The butler's intention of beating people was to catch the man and woman. In this way, they could directly bring them to the butler to beat people, which would save them a lot of trouble. Then, thank you. Hashtag PS 5984ths. Chapter 1765. They chatted casually. Then they got to know the names of the twin maids. The older one was Tiff, and the younger one was Tina. Probably because of Boss Luo's ability to talk about everything, they also knew that the twin maids were abandoned by their parents when they were born because they were Siamese twins. It seemed that they were reborn because of Dr. Gores in the castle. Because they were Siamese twins, although they were separated by artificial surgery. Tiff and Tina still kept an incredible synchronicity and never separated. Don't you feel inconvenient? Boss Luo asked casually. Which aspect do you mean? Both of them asked at the same time. We do everything in sync, so we won't feel inconvenienced. What's more, what Tiff likes, Tina likes, and what Tina hates, Tiff hates. So if someone can make Tiff or Tina like him, he can get Tiff and Tina. On the other hand, he will be hated by Tiff and Tina at the same time. Boss Luo blinked. He was actually referring to some trivial things in life. It seemed that he needed to slightly weaken the ability to talk about everything. Who is that? They saw the back of a crippled old man with a hunched back. He was walking out of the flower wall in the courtyard, silently sticking to the edge of the flower wall and walking further away. The old man was holding a bottle of wine in his hand, taking a sip from time to time, looking drunk. That's Mr. Sneeve, the gardener of the castle. The twin maids said in unison, He doesn't like to talk to people usually, but he does his work very well. In the castle, there were officials, family doctors, and the twin maids, as well as the bodyguards in black. It seemed that except for the castle owner and the chef who hadn't shown up yet, Boss Luo and the maids had seen all of them in a short time. These roses are so bright. It seems that Mr. Sneeve must have spent a lot of effort on them. Boss Luo smiled slightly. The roses on the wall were bright red like fire, as if they could drip blood. After that, the twin maids took Boss Luo and Miss Maid back to their original room. The so-called tour was actually a tour of the way back. However, the butler was not here. The moment the door was opened, the two maids fell into silence. They looked at each other and soon understood everything. Butler Lisa must be acting up again. Both of you, please stay in your rooms before dark. The twin maids said in unison, because at night, if there are still people walking in the corridor, it will be more or less inconvenient. Inconvenient. The twin maids revealed a creepy smile at the same time. Then they slowly stepped back, turned around, closed the door, and left. Boss Luo glanced at Miss Maid and suddenly smiled. Let's load. Reset. Time reversed. What a joke. The so-called loading was just the duo in the shop returning to the position where the progress bar was recorded. Boss Luo and Miss Maid, who returned to the room, disappeared into thin air. Then, in the next second, they appeared at the place where they were stopped by the twin maids. The main thing was that Miss Maid said that there seemed to be some useful secret medicine materials in the labyrinth. She smelled the smell. Where did Mr. Lisa go? Tiff suddenly asked. Tina doesn't know. Tiff doesn't know how Tina knows. Tina tilted her head and said, Tiff has a bad feeling. Tiff thought for a while and said, Tina also has a bad feeling. Tina nodded in agreement. Tina is very worried now. What should we do? Tiff is also very worried. What should we do? Tiff is unhappy. Tina is also unhappy now. Tina sighed. Tina wants to do happy things now. Tiff also wants to do happy things. Tiff grabbed her sister's hand and said, Let's go. Tiff will take you to do happy things. They held hands and walked into the east wing of the ancient castle in a short while. Then they went all the way and walked into a spiral staircase that led to the underground. It seemed that the vampires liked to plant this kind of flower wall in their territory. There were several times when Boss Luo walked into the vampires' houses. He could see this kind of thing. It was like something that was iconic to them. Thorns and blood, probably because it's very suitable, Boss Luo said jokingly with a smile. There was even such a sad and beautiful style here. But in fact, as long as the flower wall was slightly pushed aside, one could see the death everywhere and hear the desperate wailing. This kind of lost leaf likes to grow in this kind of soil. At this time, Miss Maid pulled out a small blade of grass from the flower bushes. She looked at the color and seemed to be satisfied. There was a small piece of similar leaf growing here. It was probably just like picking a few leaves. It was like picking 1 or 2 fruits from the fruits that stretched out along the road in a scenic spot. Boss Luo thought for a while and finally put down a few pieces of crystal-like things. These were secret crystals, the common hard currency in the inhuman territory. A few leaves were probably worth this much, or even slightly more. Suddenly a dog barked. It turned out to be a black dog that was bigger than the average dog. Wearing a scarlet collar, the black dog was baring its sharp teeth and drooling, looking very aggressive. It seemed to be the guardian of this flower wall. Suddenly, the black hound exerted strength on its 4 limbs and rushed towards Boss Luo ferociously. Seeing that the ferocious black hound was about to kill Boss Luo, a sharp whistle suddenly sounded at this time. The black hound stopped in an instant, but it still looked ferocious. It's forbidden to enter. A low, hoarse, rapid voice with a hint of anger was heard. A figure with a hunchback and a limp was walking quickly. It was the castle's gardener, Mr. Sneeve. Because it was really inconvenient to walk, he even had to hold his broken left leg with his palm and carry it as he walked. Oh, right, he was holding a shotgun in his right hand. Go. Go. Leave here. Immediately. Mr. Gardner roared fiercely. Then, this aggressive Mr. Gardner seemed to have tripped over something and lost his balance, falling directly to the ground. His face was directly pressed into the soil on the ground. Probably he had to eat some soil to get in. The wretched Mr. Snakel quickly crawled up, spitting out the soil and grass in his mouth. He became even angrier, and just as he was about to curse, a white handkerchief suddenly stretched out in front of him. I think you'll need it, sir. What kind of person was this? Mr. Snaff opened his mouth, and his anger seemed to have been extinguished. He couldn't help but be surprised. So there really was such a thing. He was the kind of guy who could calm people down with just a glance. But Mr. Sneeve instinctively didn't want to accept such kindness. He directly used the shotgun in his hand to knock it away. He even frowned and said, "Didn't anyone tell you that you can't enter the flower wall? Go, don't stay here. Otherwise, I won't be responsible for what happens." "What will happen here?" Luaccio picked up the handkerchief on the ground and asked calmly, "Look, the scenery here is so charming, isn't it?" Mr. Sneeve couldn't help shaking his head, thinking that this guy probably hadn't gone out before and didn't know the depth of his background. "Did you just come here?" He suddenly frowned and asked. "Our car broke down at the foot of the mountain." Boss Luo smiled and said, "Fortunately, we met people from the castle and they helped us." "Don't leave until the car is repaired." Mr. Gardner said quickly, "If you don't want to die, leave this place before it gets dark. That's all I can say." It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Just don't blame me for not reminding you. Well, we'll consider your suggestion, sir. Boss Luo nodded and immediately said, Sir, you're injured. Probably it's because he tripped and hit his knee on a sharp stone. Not only was his trousers torn, there was even a wound. The wound was on his other leg that was fine. It was bleeding and the wound was unexpectedly deep. There were a few drops of blood on the ground, which quickly seeped into the soil and then disappeared. Mr. Sneeve was suddenly shocked at this moment. His face even turned pale, hurriedly tearing his undershirt and hurriedly wrapping his injured knee on the ground. It's all your fault! It's all your fault! You hurt me! In all honesty, Miss May didn't leave anything this time. She didn't always put nails on the ground secretly. This hunchback old man indeed tripped and hurt himself because he was too excited to watch the road. Even his other leg was hurt, and now it was really inconvenient for him to walk. Let us help you. Luocio smiled at this moment. We've learned how to deal with wounds. Old sir, your wound looks a bit deep. If it's not treated well, it may be infected by bacteria. Or, let us help you to the family doctor in the castle? No, don't send me to that guy's room. Mr. Sneeve shook his head at this moment and immediately gritted his teeth. If you really want to help, just help me to the house over there. I live there, not in the castle. I have medicine at home. Hurry, hurry up, it's too late, too late. Anyway, hurry up. Luocio helped Mr. Sneeve up, and then, under the urging of Mr. Sneeve, they quickly walked into the flower wall. Along the way, Mr. Sneeve was still blowing the whistle, hanging on his neck. When they just left, slender, white, thread-like things suddenly stretched out from the soil, like white nematodes, densely packed and swaying with the wind. But soon it seemed that these white nematodes didn't find what they wanted and shrank into the soil little by little. After a while, they arrived at the cabin where Mr. Sneeve lived. The cabin was built inside this maze of flower walls. Across the flower wall, they could even see a small willow forest on the side. Along the way, Mr. Sneeve, who kept blowing the whistle, finally stopped. When they stepped into the fence of the cabin, they could clearly feel that this gardener seemed to be relieved. The black dog followed them all the way, and now it ran under the eaves of the cabin, lying down, and became very quiet. Well, it's safe here. Mr. Sneeve heaved a sigh of relief. Let me go. I can do it by myself. He didn't let anyone enter his cabin, but moved into the cabin bit by bit. They heard a sound coming from inside, probably turning something over. After a while, he came out of the cabin, carrying a shabby box in his hand. Without asking for help, he began to take out the things inside, disinfect, and bandage them. In the east wing of the castle, underground, after a while, the twin maids came in front of an iron door. Tiff took out the key and inserted it into the lock of the iron door, while Tina twisted the handle of the lock. Then the twin sisters reached out their hands and directly pushed the iron door open. An ear-piercing sound of the door opening could be heard. Inside the room, a strange figure quickly hid, directly under the quilt. Along the way, there were dark stone walls, stairs, and ancient decorations. However, the room behind the iron door was very delicately decorated. It was a little princess-like room with pink as the base tone, and there were all kinds of cute dolls everywhere. Tiff is here. Tina is here too. The twin maids quickly walked to the front of the gorgeous big bed. Each of them grabbed the quilt and then directly lifted it. Under the quilt, to know a figure was now trembling. Why did they say it was a figure? This was because the two of them were connected together. Their bodies were completely connected from the neck down, and they were only separated up to their legs. They were wearing a huge baby suit, and they even had a baby hat on their heads. There was also a pacifier in their mouths. This was a middle-aged man and a woman. At this moment, the moment the conjoined middle-aged man and woman saw the twin sisters, their eyes became more flustered. Dad, Tiff is here. Dad, Tina is here. Mom, Tiff is here. Mom, Tina is here. Did you miss us? Click, The iron door was now slowly closed. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 1766. Mr. Sneeve didn't speak until the wound was treated and bandaged. He started to speak after the wound was treated. Then he poured a mouthful of liquor into his mouth and sprayed a handful of liquor onto his wound. It was a pretty hardcore disinfection method. Whether it was useful or not was another matter. You guys are special guys, right? Mr. Sneeve raised his head at this time. That cloudy white eyeball looked rather frightening, but the other intact, I was surprisingly clear. At this moment, Mr. Snakel didn't look like he was drunk at all. Are we special? Mr. Snakel shook his head as if he was sneering, and then sighed. Guys like you will appear every year. They are all guys who came to explore the secrets of the ancient castle. I've seen a lot of normal people like you. How can they be so calm? So, are you demon hunters or explorers? This place is deserted. Who will believe you when you say you're tourists? Well, we can barely be considered as adventurers. Boss Luo smiled and said, We do like to explore mysteries. I guess so. Mr. Sneeve shook his head. You don't have the smell of demon hunters. Listen, I don't know where you know about this castle, and I don't want to know your purpose of coming here. But if you're just here to explore, you can leave. This is not a suitable place for adventure. Mr. Sneeve should be the castle's gardener? Boss Luo thought for a while. Won't the owner be angry if you drive away the guests of the castle? No matter how angry he is, he won't kill me. Mr. Sneeve snorted. But he won't let you go easily. Listen, after this flower wall, you'll reach the courtyard of the east wing. There's a way out at the corner of the third pagoda tree. Before 6 in the evening, you should leave that way. Why 6 p.m.? Miss Maid suddenly asked. 6 p.m.? Mr. Sneeve looked at the two deeply with a taboo face. He'll wake up. The owner of the castle? Yes. Maybe he's not as scary as you think. Mr. Sneeve waved his hand. Young people are always like this, I used to think. Forget it. I've said what I can say. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Remember, before 6 p.m., if you don't want to die, come here. Mr. Sneeve, do you want to leave here? Boss Luo suddenly asked. You know that way. You prepared it for yourself, right? That's enough. The gardener of the castle suddenly became furious. He frantically picked up everything around him that he could get his hands on, and then threw it out like a madman, using it as a driving force. But somehow, he couldn't hit them even though they were so close. In the end, the enraged Mr. Gardener raised his shotgun to the sky and fired a few shots. After that, Mr. Snakel rushed into the wooden house and slammed the door shut. Leave my house. Now. Black Hound under the eaves became ferocious because of its owner's irritation, barking crazily. Boss Luo gave Black Hound a look to be quiet. Black Hound instantly lay down with its tail between its legs. It seems that the progress bar stops here. Boss Luo said casually, then go back first. Maybe you can trigger something. Mr. Snaff, who was in the house, couldn't hear them, but if he did, he would probably become irritable again. Did these two fellows really think that they were playing a game here, and that they could trigger the storyline by running around randomly? He really couldn't hear anything. After a while, the door of the cabin slowly opened. Mr. Sneeve looked out from the crack of the door and found that there was no one in the small yard in front of the door. Only then did he open the door completely. Using the shotgun as a crutch, he limped out. They really left and didn't hide anywhere. Mr. Sneeve muttered, Here are all the corpses of young guys like you. If you're not afraid of death, then. He shook his head and was about to enter the cabin again when he saw something on the stool in front of the door. It should be something left by the young man and woman. Mr. Snaff frowned as he picked up the thing that was placed on the stool. There was a piece of paper that was pressed there. The general content was that the medicine in the bottle was very effective for healing wounds. If you don't mind, you can use it. The gardener looked at the bottle in his hand, then looked at the note in his hand, and suddenly became absent-minded. After a while, he let out a long sigh, then stared at his black dog and muttered, You old dog, Why did you suddenly become so quiet? Black Dog. Black Dog still had its tail between its legs. Bang, bang, bang. What's that sound? In the corridor, Tang Tianlin couldn't help but frown and ask. He knew what the sound was. It was obviously gunshots, but he obviously asked the obvious. Mr. Lissa, the steward of the castle, who was walking in front of him, said indifferently, maybe it's a hunter nearby. Hunters often appear here, don't worry. It's very safe in the castle. Oh, that's good. Tang Tianlin nodded and then glanced at Nan Xiaonan, and then said, Mr. Steward, how long will it take? We seem to have been walking for a while. Moreover, the steward said that he would take them to choose the clothes for the party. But no matter how they looked at it, it didn't seem like they were going to a room where clothes were stored. They even passed the west wing and entered the east wing of the castle. They didn't go through the maze of flower walls, but the corridor between the east wing and the west wing. We'll be there soon. The steward said indifferently, Remember, when you enter the castle, you only need to listen to Nelson's words. But at the same time in the castle, the first one to listen to is the owner of the castle. The second one is me as the steward, and the last one is Nelson. Lady Nan and Tang Tianlin couldn't help looking at each other. The steward seemed to be talking about something else. Besides, who the F***CK is Nelson? But soon, the two of them understood who this Mr. Nelson was. He was the chef of the castle. The destination was the kitchen. When they saw the chef, he was lying on the floor and snoring. At the same time, they could even see some small things like cockroaches and geckos all over the floor. There were even spiders. Some of them even crawled on Mr. Nelson's body. This was obviously a scene that most women would be disgusted by. When Chef Nelson heard the voice, he slowly got up and yawned. Dear Mr. Lissa, oh my God, it's not even 4:00 in the afternoon? Nelson, these are the 2 helpers I sent to you. The steward said indifferently, some time ago, you kept saying that the kitchen was understaffed. Now I've sent them to you. Remember to be punctual in the future. When did I say that? Oh yes, I did say that. Mr. Nelson looked at Tang Tianlin and Nan Xiaonan behind the steward and then nodded. Okay, I've received them. Is there anything else, Mr. Steward? We'll have a distinguished guest tonight. The steward thought for a moment and said, It's Mr. Varley's sister, Miss Gong Lina. Remember to prepare her favorite food. Got it. The chef nodded weakly at this time. Is there anything else? Do your job well. The steward waved his hand at this time. His polished leather shoes rubbed half a circle on the floor and then went straight out of the kitchen. Tang Tianlin and Nan Xiaonan were left behind, staring at each other at this time. They both felt that things were inconceivable. What were they supposed to do with the steward just now? Chef Nelson punched a jar and put it on the ground. The spiders on the ground began to slowly crawl towards the jar. When a spider passed by Nan Xiaonan's feet, out of female instinct, she dodged instantly. Be careful, don't step on my little cuties. The chef said at this time, These are my little babies, don't step on them. I'm sorry, Nan Xiaonan said subconsciously. It's nothing. The chef waved at this time and then said, I guess you're not assigned to work in the kitchen. Tang Tianlin nodded. I didn't even mention that the kitchen is understaffed. Don't worry too much about it. Steward Lisa's memory is not very good. You'll slowly get used to it in the future, Chef Nelson said. But don't worry, since you're here, just work here. By the way, what were you supposed to do originally? Bodyguard. Tang Tianlin's heart moved at this time. Bodyguard. You? The chef looked up and down at the two, muttering, The standard of recruitment of bodyguards has changed now. Forget it. Since you're here, just do as you see fit. The room next door is my room. As long as you don't go in, you can just stay in the kitchen. By the way, lift your foot, you stepped on it. At this time, a small gecko was struggling to break its tail from Tang Tianlin's foot and then quickly crawling away. I still need to sleep for half an hour. The chef went to his room at this time. "Remember to wake me up at 4:30. I have to prepare the food." "Miss Gonglina?" I hope the steward remembered correctly. The sound of the door closing. Nan Xiaonan and Tang Tianlin were silent for a moment. Then Nan Xiaonan moved her lips and said, "What should we do now? Are we still going to the party? Do you have a way, like those mercenaries, to knock this chef out?" Tang Tianlin thought for a while and said, "Since we're already here at the East Wing, I'll try." With that, Nan Xiaonan softened her footsteps and approached the chef's room, little by little. She put her ear on the door for a while, after hearing the sound of snoring, then gently opened the door a little. But the moment the door was opened, something suddenly rushed out. Nan Xiaonan was shocked and subconsciously stepped back, and instinctively wanted to open her star creation space. Usually, when she encountered such a special danger, this otherworldly powerhouse would instantly throw hundreds of enchantments on her body. But she forgot that she was not the same as before. There were no enchantments at all, and those powerful star creation creatures in the star creation space did not appear. White silk threads shot out from the door, but in an instant Nan Xiaonan was completely wrapped up by these white threads. She looked like a silkworm cocoon. She fell to the ground, and only a small part of her face was exposed. Seeing this, Tang Tianlin rushed forward to rescue Nan Xiaonan, but just as he ran over, he was met with white silk threads. He was also trapped and directly tied up like a dumpling and fell beside Nan Xiaonan. The door of the chef's room was already open, and they saw at the same time that there were 6 huge eyes looking at them from the door. Inside the room, there was a gigantic spider, and the chef, Mr. Nelson, was sleeping peacefully on the bed beneath the spider's abdomen. The huge spider's long legs were trying to stretch out from the door. Even it seemed to want to crawl out, but it could not pass through the narrow door. Seeing that it could not crawl out, the huge spider began to pull the silk threads it spat out to tie the 2 people up, trying to pull its prey into the room. Seeing this, Nan Xiaonan was shocked and quickly twisted her body. Her tied legs swung hard at this time, and directly closed the door of the room. But the spider's silk did not break because of this, and it continued to pull. In the end, because of the door, Tang Tianlin and Nan Xiaonan were stuck on the door, unable to move. The spider silk was so tough that even if Tang Tianlin activated his mutated arm, he could not break free. It even tightened more and more, gradually strangling him to the point that he felt suffocated. At this time, Nan Xiaonan gritted her teeth and saw a kitchen knife on the floor. She rubbed her feet together and rubbed off her shoes. Then, she slowly moved her feet towards the kitchen knife, as long as she could directly touch the object. This way, she would be able to give Xing Chuang life. Unfortunately, this spider silk seemed to be a high-grade item. With her current recovery rate, she was unable to use the spider silk to create Xing Chuang. Otherwise, she would have been out of danger long ago. Thinking of this, her feet finally touched the handle of the kitchen knife. Xing Chuang, it's done. The kitchen knife that was given life suddenly stood up and jumped onto Nan Xiaonan under Tang Tianlin's shocked gaze. Then it slowly began to cut the spider silk. After cutting for a long time, not a single strand was broken. This powerhouse from another world seemed to feel insulted. Hashtag PS 6084ths. Chapter 1767. On the map, their names naturally appeared at the place marked as the kitchen and stopped. Boss Luo, who had returned to the room again, looked at the living map sent by Nan Xiaonan. Miss Maid lifted her hair and looked at it together, saying, "It seems that Nan Xiaonan is very thoughtful." That's right. This map even included her own whereabouts. Did it mean that if she encountered any accident, at least there was another channel for her to send the news out? For example, through this living map? Then it would be seen by someone who had the map, and then the person who had the map would go there out of curiosity. Boss Luo rolled up the map and held it casually. At this time, there was a knock on the door. The person who came was the castle butler, Mr. Lisa, who could never predict his movements. This time he was still alone. "What's the matter, Mr. Lisa?" Luaccio opened the door and asked politely. Lisa was holding two different styles of evening gowns in his hands. "There will be a banquet in the castle tonight. These are the gowns I sent to you. I told you before, right?" "You did." Boss Luo nodded with a smile. This was a very interesting thing. Although the butler had mixed up what he was supposed to do several times, it seemed that he would eventually return to the original track. For example, he planned to send the young man and woman to the banquet because their car broke down. Then, 7:00 p.m. be seated on time. Lisa nodded. "See you tonight." "See you tonight, Mr. Butler." In any case, the castle seemed to be preparing for the banquet in the evening. In the hall of the East Wing, Lisa was directing a group of bodyguards in black to start decorating the venue. Hearing that Dr. Gores of the clan's supervision team would come tonight, he also changed into a suit. At this time, he was leisurely watching the busy figures in the corner of the banquet hall. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Chef Nelson woke up by himself. But when he opened the door, he saw the two new kitchen helpers wriggling on the floor like two silkworms. "What are you doing?" Nan Xiaonan also wanted to know what the hell she was doing. What kind of garbage kitchen knife was this? After cutting for a full 10 minutes, it only cut a few strands of spider silk. It was completely useless. "Did you open my door?" Chef Nelson asked with a frown. He then removed the spider web from Tang Tianlin's mouth. "Didn't I tell you not to come near my room?" At this time, Tang Tianlin had to say, "Sir, didn't you tell us to wake you up at 4:30? That's why I opened the door. I didn't expect." "Oh, I did say that." Chef Nelson slapped his forehead. "I was so sleepy that I forgot to tell you about this. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now that you know what's in my room, I think you won't be so rash to open it next time. Then let's get to work. We need to prepare the food for tonight's guests." At this time, Chef Nelson bent down and easily tore off the spider web on the two helpers. Tang Tianlin couldn't help but be shocked. The spider silk was so tough that even his mutated left arm couldn't break it. But Chef Narson was able to. Nan Xiaonan, the great teacher of star creation, whose strength was no longer comparable to that of the past, could only obediently lower her head and not speak. She told herself that it didn't matter. Who didn't start off as a weakling? It didn't matter. Just take it as reliving the hard years of the past to sharpen your will. It really didn't matter. She threw Xing Chuang's kitchen knife into the trash can. Chef Nelson didn't seem to care about this. He looked at the two helpers and said, "Well, let's get to work. Miss Gonglina is Mr. Varley's elder sister. She has a special taste, so we need to prepare well." "What kind of person is Miss Gonglina?" Tang Tianlin took the opportunity to ask. The elder sister of the castle's owner was obviously a vampire? How should I put it? Chef Nelson lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then he slowly said, "She's probably someone who likes to sing. Tonight, maybe you'll have a chance to experience Miss Gonglina's Song of Perturbation." Song of Perturbation. Tang Tianlin and Nan Xiaonan looked at each other. They didn't know what the song was about, but looking at Will Nelson's expression, they felt perturbed enough. "Come over here and help me move the ingredients out." With that, Mr. Nelson walked into another room. A gust of cold air slowly seeped in from the crack of the door. The moment the door was opened, a gust of cold wind blew in all directions. Unexpectedly, there was a snowstorm inside. Inside the room, there were naked people hanging from the ceiling. They were all young men and women, and the youngest seemed to be only 13 or 14 years old. Their backs were pierced by iron hooks, and they were hung on the wooden beams of the room. They looked like pieces of cured meat. Chef Nelson was picking the ingredients he liked. He seemed to have picked the right one, so he turned around and waved his hand, signaling the two helpers to come over and help him move the ingredients. Seeing this, Tang Tianlin and Nan Xiaonan could only brace themselves and walk into this freezer. "By the way, do you know about bloodletting?" Chef Nelson suddenly asked. "The kind that cuts the throat?" Nan Xiaonan expressed that she was walking the path of a virtuous lady in the academy, not the path of immortality forged by the devil. He knows how to do it. Nan Xiaonan raised her finger and pointed at Tang Tianlin, saying with great certainty, he knows how to do it, just like playing with a toy. He used to be a forensic doctor, the kind that dissects people every day. Oh, then there's no problem. Chef Nelson nodded happily, then looked at Nan Xiaonan and said, "Come and help me. I'm going to make a brain jelly. Miss Gong Lina likes it very much." Tang Tianlin, just looked at him without saying anything. In a small wooden house in the depths of the maze, the gardener Sneeve slowly pushed open the door and walked out with some food. He sat in the yard in front of the door, starting a fire. Then he set up an iron pot with a chipped corner and started to put the food in it to cook dinner. In fact, if one looked closely, one would find that this iron pot looked more like a helmet. Mr. Snave looked at the burning firewood and seemed to be distracted. His thoughts started to wander. He suddenly started to think, how long had he been a gardener here? 35 years, or 36 years, or even 40 years. The smell of the firewood wasn't very good when it was burning. It was made from the willow branches that were picked up from the willow forest nearby. When it was burning, it always smelled like burning rotten corpses. The black, vicious dog was lying at Mr. Sneeve's feet, wagging its tail. Time seemed to slow down, and Mr. Sneeve's eyelids suddenly became heavy. The heat of the firewood also made him feel comfortable. Finally, Mr. Sneeve couldn't resist the drowsiness, so he sat down and closed his eyes, falling asleep. It was a sunny morning, and the birds in the forest were fascinating. It was as if there were little fairies shuttling back and forth in the forest. A young man, at most 18 or 19 years old, was in the middle of the forest, closing his eyes and spreading his arms, bathing in the sunshine. It is said that only the purest of the soul can see the fairies in the forest. So, have you seen the fairies in the forest, Sneeve? A hearty voice was heard, causing the young man to open his eyes. Young Snake could even hear the sound of laughter at this moment. The source of the laughter was a strong man wearing a bull-horned helmet, holding a heavy shield and a huge axe. At this time, there were two other people walking together with the strong man. One was an intellectual woman, about 27 or 28 years old, wearing a black robe, holding a black leather book in her hand. Her name was Lenny, and beside her was a tall man in light clothes, Gerald. Lenny and Gerald were lovers. This was what young Sneeve knew when he joined this demon hunting team. The strong man's name was Toshira, and his character was just like his appearance. Warrior Toshira, swordsman Gerald, magician Lenny. They were originally members of the demon hunting team, and then joined as tactical reinforcements. Young Sneeve, as a hunter, walked quickly to the three of them and smiled. "You guys are finally awake." Everyone had just experienced a battle last night, so they were a little tired. Young Sneeve was placed in the rear as support during the battle because he was still young, so he didn't consume too much energy, so he woke up early. "I think you've done your investigation, right, Sneeve?" Swordsman Gerald said with a smile. "Yes, I've checked." The young hunter nodded at this time. "It's best if we leave after breakfast. During the day, those vampires are most relaxed." "Don't be careless, Sneeve." Magician Lenny said sternly. "It's because it's common knowledge that vampires become weak during the day, so vampires are more careful and secretive around their nest during the day." "It's okay." The young hunter patted his chest and said, "They told me that there's only a peaceful road ahead, and those guys have already eaten and gone to sleep." Warrior Tashila's eyes widened. "So, you can really see the legendary forest elves? What do they look like?" "They're not even as big as a palm. Actually, I can only hear their voices occasionally." The young hunter shook his head and said, "I've never really seen a forest elf. I think maybe it's because my cultivation is not enough. It's already not easy." Magician Lenny smiled at this time. "Those who can get the favor of the forest elves are all favored by the heavens. It seems that we're really lucky to find Sneeve." The young hunter did not dare to look at the mature woman's eyes. He quickly ran to the side and began to pack up the camping equipment. The other members of the demon hunter party laughed softly when they saw this. They quite liked this diligent and quick-witted little fellow. Even though he had only joined the party for a few short months, he had brought some laughter to the rather dull little party on a daily basis. "This little guy seems to like you, Lenny," Warrior Tosherus said at this time. "Maybe in a few years Geralt will have a strong competitor? I hope you won't have a few more white hairs in a few years, Lenny." "Oh, it seems that you need some stimulation to wake up." The female magician sneered at this time. "You must have drunk too much last night, Toshera." "Okay, stop fooling around. Help pack up and get ready to go." Geralt shook his head at this time. "We must leave the castle before dark." Sneeve, who was packing up the camping equipment, seemed to be absent-minded at this time. Suddenly his finger was scalded a little. It was left on the quilt used to boil water in the morning, the temperature of the firewood. The young hunter hurriedly put the scalded finger into his mouth, complaining about his bad luck. Crack! The sound of the burning willow branch suddenly woke up the gardener. He suddenly shivered. The cold of the night began to spread behind him. The gardener looked at the sky and hurriedly took out a pocket watch from the bag and opened it. "It's almost 6 o'clock." He thoughtfully looked at the east wing of the castle, on the high tower in the east wing, muttering to himself, "Don't know if those two guys have left. Dong, 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 dong." At this time, a loud bell came from the castle. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. The room in the high tower in the east wing of the castle. This was the residence of the owner of the castle, Mr. Varley, facing the west. The first moment when the moon rose could be seen from here. Generally speaking, Mr. Varley's good mood started from the moment he woke up and saw the moon rise. When the bell in the castle began to ring, the tightly shut curtains in the room facing the west were suddenly pulled open, and the candles in the room were automatically lit. In the center of the room, the lid of a huge black wooden coffin opened to the side with a snap. After that, a man with a mustache slowly stood up. His hands were pressed against his chest, and his eyes were closed. "Well, it's another pleasant day." The owner of the castle looked at the rising moon at this time, and his mood was very good. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS. As usual, this chapter ends. Chapter 1768. As one of the heirs of the Zimic family, but not the first in line, Wali Zimic had very little contact with the Zimic family from a very early age. He was known as the wanton son of the Zimic family. He liked to live in the modern world and had very little contact with the younger generation of the major clans. His favorite things to do were to bask in the moonlight at 9 o'clock in the evening, watch the stage play adapted by the famous hero Kiraloya, and play cards. Yes, it was playing cards, a card game with a long history in the inhuman domain, where adventurers fought against evil dragons. This is yet another pleasant day. Mr. Wali stroked his mustache with satisfaction, but soon became dissatisfied. But why didn't I see my dear housekeeper Lisa in the morning of such a pleasant new day? Not only did he not see the housekeeper, but he also did not see the twin maids who were serving him. This made Mr. Wali's happy mood a little blemish, but it was already a very big thing, a blemish in his happy mood. This made Mr. Wali even feel anxious. Servant, servant, servant. The owner of the castle shouted 3 times in a row and even directly rang the bell in the room. After a while, the twin maids of the castle hurried in. "Servant, you forgot what you need to do today," Mr. Wali said expressionlessly at this time. The twin maids seemed to be able to see the unhappiness hidden under the calm eyes of the owner of the castle at this time. The maid suddenly trembled slightly and quickly said, "Dear Master Wali Tina, didn't forget what we need to do." "You're late," Mr. Wali snorted. "You made me perfect, but it has become imperfect just at the beginning of the day." "Dear Master Wali, we're really sorry." The twin maids lowered their heads. "We were preparing things for the banquet, so we forgot the time. But please believe us, we came as soon as we heard the bell." "Banquet?" What banquet? Mr. Wali was stunned. Why didn't I know? Tiff quickly said, Mr. Wali, this is a banquet for Miss Gong Lina. At the same time, Tina quickly said, Mr. Varley, this is a banquet for the monitoring team. After the twin maids finished speaking, they seemed to have noticed the difference in each other's words. So after looking at each other again, they said in unison, Mr. Varley, this is a banquet for Miss Gong Lina of the monitoring team. Nonsense. The owner of the castle said angrily, Since when did Gong Lina become a member of the supervision team? So, who is she inviting to this banquet? Soon, however, the owner of the castle sighed and could not help rubbing between his brows. I know. Lisa must have told you all that. He's acting up again today, isn't he? The two maids gave him an affirmative answer. He's seriously ill. Mr. Varley rubbed his forehead and asked, How's the preparation for the banquet going? Almost ready. The twin maids quickly said. Also, the food is ready. During the day, the bodyguards picked up a young man and woman at the foot of the mountain. Their car broke down on the road, and they're now guests in the castle. Oh, a lost lamb. Mr. Varley said thoughtfully, Sure enough, a perfect new day needs some unexpected surprises to decorate it. A banquet? In this case, let's hold this banquet. We can't let our butler's hard work go to waste. The twin maids stared at the owner of the castle with their eyes wide open. Mr. Varley paced back and forth at this time. Well, prepare a familiar for me. I want to invite my sister Gong Lina. She should be free at this time. By the way, the commissioner of the monitoring team was also a guest some time ago. He shouldn't have gone far. They're still waiting for my reply. Let's invite him too. In this way, there will be enough people to play cards and hold the banquet. Why don't you bring my familiar? As you wish, dear Master Varley. The twin maids lifted their skirts and nodded at this time, then walked out quickly. At this time, the owner of the castle walked in front of the mirror. This was a specially made mirror that could reflect the appearance of vampires. The owner of the castle had spent a lot of money to hire a high-level magician to specially create this thing. At this time, Mr. Varley took out a small cone from the cabinet next to the mirror. A perfect new day finally became perfect again. So he planned to start this perfect new day by taking care of his mustache. Perfect! Suddenly, the owner of the castle seemed to think of something. He pondered for a while, then opened the door of the balcony and walked to the balcony to look at the maze of flower walls in the castle courtyard. Mr. Varley chuckled at this time, took a piece of white paper, and wrote something casually. Then he folded the paper into a paper airplane and released it directly. The paper airplane drifted in the wind all the way, and finally slowly fell into the cabin deep in the maze of flower walls. Inhuman territory, the territory of the 13 families, Tsimish territory. As one of the successors of the Tsimish family, Miss Gong Lina was now busy integrating the Tsimish family. Since the Grand Duke of the Tsimish family and the other Grand Dukes of the other families died mysteriously together, similar actions were basically performed in all the big families. Apart from the one in Toridu, Archduke Baligan, who had directly ascended to the top of the family with absolute authority from the beginning. What a lucky guy! He doesn't have so many troublesome things. The eldest daughter of the family, Gong Lina, was currently sighing as she leaned against the railing. Of the 3 successors of the Zimic family, apart from the licentious Wally, who didn't seem to care about power, the other one gave the eldest daughter quite a headache. According to the rumors, her brother, Marquis Bailey, frequently contacted the people of the Magician Association. It was said that she was a student of the first Tower Master of the association, a vampire girl who grew up in the modern world. This matter shook the entire 13 families from the beginning. The most powerful person in the Inhuman territory, the student of the first Tower Master of the association. Her noble status was not inferior compared to the other Grand Dukes. Therefore, Miss Gong Lina was not surprised at all that her brother, who was a competitor, would be so enthusiastic. Not only this Marquis Bailey, many outstanding young people in the Inhuman territory were now squeezing into the headquarters of the Magician Association at this time. Another lucky guy. Miss Gong Lina's finger lightly touched the railing, and a trace of jealousy appeared in her heart. She had never seen this vampire girl before. They were all female vampires. Why was she so outstanding? She had never heard that the Tower Master of the Radiance Tower was fond of young vampires. Lady Gong Lina, your letter. At this time, a maid in the big house quickly walked in at this time. It's a letter from Mr. Varley. Him. Miss Gong Lina couldn't help but frown at this time. Why is he looking for me at this time? Although she was very confused, Miss Gong Lina quickly opened the letter attached to the familiar. It was an invitation from the owner of the castle. The banquet is so fast. Miss Gong Lina couldn't help but frown, and then she snorted coldly. How can the invitation be sent when the banquet is about to start? This useless brother is really messing around. Should we decline, Lady Gong Lina? The maid couldn't help but ask tentatively. Decline? Wait, let me think. Miss Gong Lina held the letter with her hands behind her back and paced back and forth on the balcony. Suddenly, she stopped and said, Prepare a dress for me. I want to attend Varley's banquet. The maid couldn't help but show a puzzled look. Miss Gong Lina said indifferently, I want to become the Archduchess of Simish Empire, so I need more support. Varley is also a legitimate Archduchess. If he stands on my side, at least those old stubborn people will be more inclined to my side. Then I'll go prepare it right away. The maid quickly nodded and said. Miss Gong Lina leaned against the railing and looked into the distance alone. Then she sighed sadly and muttered, I also want to be lucky. After the motorcade got off the airport highway, they officially entered the city. At this time, the Taoist seniors in the cars all quieted down a bit. They all felt the feeling of powerlessness at the same time. It was obvious that the Forbidden Grounds did not have an undeserved reputation, and it was true. Thus, in a short period of time, these senior experts of the Tao sect all moved away from the graceful girl beside them, and they became slightly uneasy. Even though they had already heard about it and were mentally prepared for it, it was still hard for these experts to accept that they would be no different from ordinary people after being sealed to such a degree. Hey, Taoist priest, why do you look so dry thin? Taoist priest, why did you stop small? Old sir, why is your hair? Well, in fact, what was hard to accept was that the sage-like appearance of these Taoist seniors suddenly disappeared. Without the support of the spiritual power, they were really old. They should be in a panic. Putting his hand out of the window back, Song Haren directly closed the window. Then he raised his hand and looked inside and out. He clenched his fist and sighed. I'm not used to this feeling of powerlessness. Are you okay? He looked at the masked woman sitting opposite him, the princess of the Qin kingdom who had just woken up. The princess's survival depended on that special bead, the marquee bead. At this time, Song Haren was worried whether the princess of the Qin kingdom would be affected in this forbidden land. At this time, the princess of the Qin kingdom was playing with the bead between her fingers and gently shook her head. I'm fine. Although I can't use my real power at all, the connection between the bead and me is not cut off. The power of the seal in this place, vaguely, gives me a strange feeling. What kind of feeling? Song Haren couldn't help but asked curiously. The princess of the Qin kingdom thought for a while and said, It's a very gentle feeling. It doesn't seem to take the initiative to hurt people. Why don't I have this feeling? Song Haren couldn't help but be surprised. The princess of the Qin kingdom said indifferently, When you reach the oneness of heaven and men, although your power has skyrocketed because of Gong Sanhua, it's still far from that. Song Haren didn't care. He shrugged and said, Thank you for your mercy, your highness. This is the most pleasant warning I've heard recently. Probably used to this guy's glib tongue. The princess of the Qin kingdom simply closed her eyes. Song Haren looked at the half-masked face of the princess with a smile, and suddenly asked with a smile, Speaking of which, did your father ever think of marrying you off? The princess suddenly opened her eyes, and a palm quietly slapped toward her. Song Howren, who had been prepared for this, chuckled at this time. He reached out and gently pinched, directly clasping the wrist of the princess of the Qin kingdom. "Your Highness, look at my practice of heaven flipping hand. Since we've never used our real power, if we just compete with moves, extreme joy begets sorrow." The door suddenly opened, and then a figure directly rolled out of the carriage. He rolled on the ground several times before finally stopping. He stopped in front of a pair of straight legs wrapped in thin black socks, and there was also a pair of red high heels. "Song Howren, what are you doing?" The owner of the high heels lowered her head at this time. Her small mouth was slightly open, and her eyes were full of surprise. "Even if you admire me, you don't have to roll over here, right?" "Hi, Xiao Yingying. I haven't seen you for a few months, and you seem to have grown up again." The young master of the Song family laughed at this time. "Come, let Uncle hug you." Then the red high heels directly stepped on the back of the hand that had just clasped the wrist of the princess of the Qin kingdom. A scream was heard. Amidst the screams, the princess of the Qin kingdom slowly walked out of the carriage. At this time, the princess and the granddaughter of the Song family met each other's eyes. Song Ying couldn't help but blink, secretly thinking that Song Howren's taste was really complex. Where did he find such a country girl? This princess was wearing an inappropriate long shirt and trousers, and she was also wearing a veil that cost 10 yuan in the scenic area. She was really low class. This made the granddaughter of the Song family, who claimed to be a fashionable person, really unable to accept it. "This is Chuyang, currently my private secretary." At this time, Song Howren had already stood up and tidied up his clothes, looking as bright as sunshine again. But after meeting the cold eyes of the princess of the Qin kingdom, the young master of the Song family immediately cowered, sighing, "Well, in fact, I'm her secretary." Seeing Song Howren's deflated look, Song Ying chuckled. She narrowed her eyes and walked towards Princess Chuyang with a smile. Her voice was like an aureole. "Chuyang, sister, right? I'm Song Ying, this guy's niece. Nice to meet you. Come, I've prepared everything. Let me show you this hotel, which has just been renovated." Princess Chuyang looked at the arm that was suddenly held. After hesitating for a while, she seemed to acquiesce to this behavior and nodded gently. Song Howren walked up at this time with a licking face and suddenly laughed in Song Ying's ear. "Xiao Yingying, why don't I see the other young master of the Song family? Did you two quarrel? Don't mention this damn head to me." The granddaughter of the Song family snorted coldly at this time. "Maybe he's having fun with some slut somewhere now. All men are bad." The young master of the Song family was instantly overwhelmed by the aura of a defeated dog. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS 6184ths. Chapter 1769. Arrangements. Princess Chuyang didn't stay long in the hotel of the Song family. She directly checked into a quiet suite. Because of Song Howren's strong request, his room was also arranged next to hers. "Didn't you say that you won't touch me?" Song Ying gave a very disdainful look, but this was still good. If there was really such a woman who could tie down Song Howren, her grandfather would probably laugh like a pig in his sleep. Song Howren waved his hand and said that he wanted to talk about business. "What business?" Song Ying didn't hesitate and sat upright. "You mean this group of so-called Taoist experts? I don't think this group of people is serious at all. They are all old and indecent. They have been suppressed for too long in the past." Song Howren said indifferently, "They are all people who have no hope in pursuing immortality. They have been cultivating their whole lives, but in the end, they still have no hope of immortality. I heard that the spiritual energy has started to recover, and some people's magic power has started to surge. But in the past, they have always been idle people who cultivated immortality. They simply don't have a realm that can match the surge of magic power. It's better to let them go. The president of the Taoist Association wants to simply throw this group of people into the mortal world to have a good experience. The funny thing is, many of these people are already people of the Grandmaster's generation, but in the end, they still have to cultivate from the beginning. Song Ying shook her head. She didn't really understand what Song Haoren was talking about. Doing business in the mortal world was the scope of her knowledge. Anyway, it's fine as long as they have good food and a good place to stay. This is simple. I can even make this group of old people forget about home. I'm just afraid that their bodies won't be able to take it. Song Haoren smiled casually, then said seriously, I've got the approval. What approval? Song Ying couldn't help but be startled. The approval for the land. Song Haoren smiled and said, It's the land near our Song family's old house. The Song family can openly enter China. Really? Song Ying couldn't help but widen her eyes. During this period of time, she had only been making a small fuss. Although she had acquired several companies, it was only a small fuss. Although they had previously cooperated with Mr. House's AO Tong Pharmaceuticals, they thought that it could be a breakthrough. Unexpectedly, AO Tong Pharmaceuticals suddenly exploded. And as the owner, Mr. House, was currently missing, so the cooperation was basically over. I used a lot of favors. At this moment, Song Haoren said lightly, Last time after Mount Tai, a group of people from the Dao sect and the Demon Clan gave me a lot of plates. This time, I used about 1/5 of them to make this happen. However, it was worth it to let the Song family enter China. This way, the old man would be able to fulfill his wish. The other thing is... Speaking of this, the eyes of Miss Sun of the Song family suddenly became sharp, and she said in a deep voice, You can go ahead and investigate who is behind the Song family, and then destroy the Song family, forcing them to flee overseas. Leave the investigation to me. However, Song Haoren shook his head and said, What you need to do is to start transferring the core of the Song family back to the country as soon as possible. I'm afraid that the South American continent will become unsafe soon. Some forces can no longer be resisted by conventional secular forces. After this summit ends, I'll personally make a trip there and bring the old man back. All right, I'll listen to your arrangements. Song Ying nodded. Don't run around during this period of time. Song Haoren thought for a while and said, With the emergence of transcendence, the world is constantly undergoing drastic changes. The whirlpools of the upper echelons are constantly surging with fatal undercurrents. I hope I can gain a firm foothold in the Dao Sect Association, okay? Song Ying still nodded. At this moment, Song Haoren seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly asked, Right, I heard that the old madam of the Zhang family lives here too? What do you want to do? Song Ying subconsciously frowned. Song Haoren said casually, The Zhang family and the Song family have been working together to develop historical sites for so many years. However, as a junior, I've never had the chance to visit this legendary head of the Zhang family. In terms of etiquette, I'll find some time to pay her a visit. I'll go with you. Song Ying thought for a while and said, I've been getting along quite well with Miss Zhang recently. Song Haoren narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, How did you get along? Song Haoren, you're courting death. High heels, 3 in a row. All right, let's get down to business. At this time, Song Haoren hurriedly retreated and hurriedly said, Prepare early tomorrow morning. Just you and I will go out on a trip. There is something urgent. What is it? Song Ying was startled. She knew that Song Haoren's expression must be because of something important. Song Haoren said softly, The people of our Song family are buried here. It's been so many years. It's not right if we don't go and pay them a visit. This is the old master's idea. You mean Luacio's? Song Ying opened her mouth and then nodded silently. Okay, I'll arrange it now. With that, the granddaughter of the Song family hurriedly walked out. She was much more enthusiastic than arranging the accommodation for the seniors of the Taoist sect. That's right, Xiao Yingying. Tomorrow, say a few more nice words in front of the grave. Maybe my brother who died young will bless you from the underworld I think our little Luoqiu is a filial son. The red high heels were thrown to him. Song Haoran chuckled, and then reached out to catch them. Song Haoran snorted in front of the door, and the door closed with a bang. Song Haoran shook his head and put down the shoes. He turned around, opened the curtains of the hotel's upper floor, and looked at the city of the Forbidden Land, gently stroking the sun god badge on his chest. A transcendent descending into the world. How interesting. The young master of the Song family narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself, I will create an environment that will allow the Song family to survive in this chaotic world. Everyone in the Song family must live better than others. At this time, a group of people came to the pet hospital. To be exact, it was a group of monsters in human form. The purpose of the Forbidden Land seemed to be to prohibit the use of transcendent powers, but not to make the lives of transcendent beings troublesome. At least, these monsters who had cultivated into human form didn't directly expose their true forms after entering the Forbidden Land. It was quite convenient for them to travel. Did this mean that the Forbidden Land had intelligence? Kelowna Shinryu couldn't help but complain. She didn't have any opinion about the Forbidden Land, not at all. The one who had an opinion about it was the guy who made the Forbidden Land. Kelowna Shinryu, who had just beaten up the Nordic diplomatic group and the jungle mystical warriors in the suburbs, was not in a good mood. Instead, when she came back home and was about to go online, a group of guys from the Monster Clan Association made things worse. What? You want me to propose a proposal to divide the territory of the Monster Clan at the summit, and it would be best if the proposal was passed? Long Shirua widened her eyes, showing a caring look. Do you know what you are talking about? We know very well. Lord Long, this is the consensus that we have reached after many days of internal discussion. Kelowna Shinryu didn't even bother to think about the name of the guy who spoke. It was probably someone from the White Tiger Clan. Anyway, since the young master of the White Tiger Clan, Huang Baimu, mysteriously disappeared, the White Tiger Clan was currently controlled by someone else. Long Shirua thought that it was better when Huang Baimu was in power because she could directly communicate with Huang Baimu with her fists, unlike these guys who were still polite when they shouted and felt wronged. No way. Stay where you are. Kelowna Shinryu was about to close the door and reject the guest. Speaking of which, Kelowna Shinryu didn't belong to the Monster Clan or the Human Clan. She belonged to the whole Kelowna. In the past, due to the lack of spirit chi, the Dao sect and the Demon Clan were at a disadvantage. This was especially so for the Demon Clan. The true dragon of the Divine Land only slightly protected the Demon Clan because of this. This seemed to have caused the Monster Clan to regard Kelowna Shinryu as their spiritual leader. Therefore, Kelowna Shinryu was called Lord Dragon King by the Monster Clan. It seemed that this title could pull Kelowna Shinryu into the Monster Clan's camp. However, Long Shirua herself never admitted this. Lord Dragon King, this is a great opportunity. A group of big shots of the Monster Clan said righteously, this must be the turning point of our Monster Clan's prosperity. Lord Dragon King, in this great moment of Monster Clan's revival, please don't leave us. It felt as if a group of uncles and grandmothers in the village had found out that Xiaolong's daughter had been admitted to a university, and then came over to say that after graduation, she should go back to her hometown more often and not let the fertile water flow to other people's fields. If she wanted to marry someone, she should marry someone from the village. Then, they didn't support the tuition fees at all. Bang! Long Shirua directly responded like this. She closed the glass door of the pet hospital and pulled down the gate directly. However, a group of big shots of the Monster Clan seemed to be determined to succeed this time, so they simply asked their subordinates to set up tents in front of the pet hospital. Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, I'll splash the water to wash my feet. The sound of cursing came from upstairs of the pet hospital. The water used to wash the feet of Shinryu. It must be the holy water with the breath of Shinryu. This is a great tonic. Why don't we thank Lord Dragon King for the reward? F***ck, so funny. Bah. You old bastards, don't you have any shame? No. Anyway, it was forbidden. Even if Kelowna and Shinryu beat people up, they wouldn't feel any pain. Even though Long Shirua was used to seeing big scenes, she couldn't stand it at this time. She quickly closed the door and pulled up the curtain. The little butterfly monster was standing aside with a basin full of water. Sister Long, can we still splash the water? Splash your ass. Don't you see these old bastards? Forget it. Long Shirua painfully held her forehead at this time, then angrily said, Profiteer! What kind of forbidden method is this? I'm so angry. Wait, why is there still one person here? With this, Long Shirua couldn't help frowning. The group of old demons were indeed swept out of the door, but there was still a woman sitting quietly on a chair in the hospital. Black clothes and black skirt, it was the peerless snake monster with the bloodline of Empress Wa, Blackwater. Greetings, Lord Dragon King. Miss Blackwater stood up slowly, saluting with a soft voice. Long Shirua couldn't get angry for a while. She couldn't help frowning. Why? Even you are like those guys outside for the division of the monster's autonomous region. Lord Dragon King. Miss Blackwater knelt down slowly. Lord Dragon King, please provide a place for the children who have been displaced by the humans' development to live in peace. Lord Dragon King, with your influence in the human government, you should be able to do it. I don't mean to criticize you. Long Shirua let out a sigh. It's you who don't understand. Do you really think the rejuvenation of aura is real? The aura in the world is limited. The total amount is constant. Now, the aura in Kelowna's earth veins is just a one-time release of the aura that has been stored for more than 2,000 years. In the end, they would still be exhausted. The so-called transcendents were probably just a flash in the pan. In today's world, human beings are the real protagonists. Will the monster's race perish eventually? Miss Blackwater raised her head, looking gloomy. It's up to the heavens, even if it's me. If Kelowna wants to kill me, it's the same. Long Shirua said expressionlessly, the great Tao is heartless. If even Lord Dragon King can't stand on the side of the monster, who can? Miss Blackwater lowered her head absent-mindedly. Who can? Suddenly, a conversation from a long time ago appeared in Miss Blackwater's mind. It was a topic about the standpoint. That person's voice floated in her mind and couldn't be erased. It was as vivid as yesterday's words. She silently stood up, bowed again, and then turned to leave without saying a word. This was the door opened by the little butterfly monster. Seeing Miss Blackwater disappear in the back alley, the little butterfly couldn't help looking at Long Shirua. Sister Long, why didn't you tell her that you're planning to? What's the plan? I saw it. Luo Dance whispered. The plan you secretly made on the computer. The proposal to publicize the existence of the monster race and the feasibility report of the coexistence between human and monster. Long Shirua was silent for a moment, then sighed slowly. I can't put the false hope in front of them. I can't promise anything, nor can I promise anything. Looking at Long Shirua silently climbing upstairs, the little butterfly muttered to herself, If it's the boss, he must have a way, right? She missed the boss and Sister Yi. Hashtag PS as usual. This chapter ends. Chapter 1770. It's almost time. In front of the mirror, Boss Luo stretched out his hand from behind and put a jewelry necklace around the maid's neck who had already put on the dress. The dress was prepared by the butler of the castle. It was surprisingly in line with Miss Maid's taste. As for the jewelry, it was obviously Miss Maid's private goods. It was 6:30 in the evening, just the right time to go out. In front of the door, Luocho casually bent his arm, and Miss Maid naturally held it. The corridor in the west wing of the castle was still very quiet. It seemed that they were the only ones in the west wing at this moment. It was not clear whether the steward was too busy or too careless. He seemed to have forgotten that there were still 2 guests coming. On the way to the east wing of the castle, Boss Luo suddenly looked up at the bright moon. Tonight was the 15th or 16th. The moon was very full. Under the moonlight, he seemed to see a few small figures flying towards the castle. They looked like bats, and then they flashed by and finally landed in the depths of the castle. It seemed that it would be a lively night, Boss Luo said. Then he seemed to think of something. He turned his hand and saw a rolled-up map in his palm. This was the living map, specially made by Nan Xiaonan. Actually, we don't need it, right? Luochio suddenly said, "Why don't we leave it and let someone who needs it get it? But we don't know who'll get it." It was like putting a bottle of water in the desert. Who would get the hope of life from this bottle of water, and who would cry because of this bottle of water, it was unknown. Luochio directly put the living map on the ground. With a smile on his face, he held his female companion and took advantage of the darkness of the night to step into the lights of the eastern wing of the ancient castle. Behind them, maybe because the material of this living map was too light, it began to roll when the wind blew. It didn't know where it rolled to. The paper plane slowly descended, circling a few times above the wooden hut in the depths of the maze before finally landing on the muddy ground in front of the hut. Mr. Gardner, who was eating dinner alone in front of the door, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He looked at the paper airplane on the mud in front of him and suddenly became absent-minded. After a while, he had to stand up with difficulty and finally picked up the paper airplane and then opened it. He glanced at it several times. Mr. Gardner suddenly crumpled the paper into a ball and then threw it into the vigorous firewood to vent his anger. This was an order from the owner of the castle, Mr. Varley, to be on time at 7 o'clock. The banquet was going to be held in the castle. How could the gardener, who worked hard to take care of the courtyard every day, be absent at this time? The invitation was the owner of the castle's kindness to the servants. Mr. Gardner seemed to be crazy at this time and staggered into his cabin, which didn't allow people to step into the cabin. A huge battle-axe and a long sword were hanging on the wall. Between the long sword and the battle-axe, there was even a delicate wooden stick. Mr. Gardner quickly walked to the wall and reached out to take the long sword off the wall, pulling it out. The sharp, cold light flashed. This was a sharp sword that could cut off hair. Gritting his teeth, Mr. Snaff suddenly roared. His long sword flew out along with his arm, and in just a moment, it directly broke the wooden table in the house. At this moment, the gardener did not turn his head. Holding his sword, he limped out of the little wooden house, out of the maze of flower walls, out of the courtyard in the east wing of the ancient castle, and into the middle of the ancient castle's east wing. The door of the banquet hall suddenly opened, accompanied by several sharp screams. Then 3 bats, 1 big and 2 small, flew into the banquet hall with the cold wind. They hovered several times above the chandelier in the banquet hall, and then slowly landed. The moment they landed, the bats turned into a whirlwind, and then 3 men in black cloaks appeared in front of everyone. The bodyguards in black, who were in charge of tidying up the banquet hall, looked calm at this time. Obviously, they had seen similar scenes many times. Strictly speaking, they were not vampires but servants of vampires, but they also fed on fresh flesh. Ghouls, this was their true identity. Mr. Lisa, the butler of the castle who was commanding the group of ghouls, also stopped his work and walked over quickly. He looked at the leader of the 3 guests, and after showing enough respect, he said slowly, "Mr. Thor, thank you for coming. Please forgive me for not greeting you at the first time." Banquet? The vampire named Mr. Cor looked around and frowned. Wally said that he had something important to discuss with me, so I rushed over immediately. I didn't hear that there was going to be a banquet here. Where's Wally? Ask him to come out. Please wait a moment. I'll inform Mr. Wally right away. Mr. Lisa said indifferently. Dr. Gores, who was drinking alone, suddenly had a stomachache. He had a premonition that tonight's banquet was definitely not a visit from the supervision team. But he usually didn't care about these things, so now he just quietly acted as a spectator. Don't bother. At this time, at the stairs of the second floor of the banquet hall, Mr. Wally, who was dressed in a tight suit and even had a perfectly combed mustache, appeared with a smile. The twin maids were standing behind the owner of the castle. "Ha ha ha ha, Cor, my good friend. Thank you for coming tonight. What a pleasant beginning of a new day." The owner of the castle opened his hands at this time, as if he wanted to give a warm hug, and quickly walked down the stairs. Behind Mr. Wally, the twin maids were carrying a flower basket and constantly sprinkling pink petals downstairs. Well, it was indeed sprinkling petals. "I've been thinking about how to welcome you in a nice way." Finally, Mr. Wally came to the 3 vampires of the supervision team and said with satisfaction, "Oh, this is a wonderful idea. My good friend, I hope you'll be in a good mood tonight." Okay, Simisai's loose woman. Mr. Cor, the leader of the supervision team, shook his head. "Just tell me what you want from me. I don't have the leisure to attend a banquet with you here. Do you know that our activities in Britain have always been monitored by the Knights mechanism? It was not easy for us to get rid of the 12 Knights and come here. Don't worry." Mr. Wally smiled at this time. "This is my fief, and I'm a knight personally conferred by the British royal family. No one will make things difficult for you here. Please rest assured." With that, Mr. Wally directly grabbed Mr. Cor's hand. "My good friend, you've worked hard along the way. Come. I've already asked people to prepare food and wine, and the beautiful Miss Gonglina will come later. I believe that her singing will definitely make you intoxicated." Mr. Cor couldn't help but stop, frowning and saying, "You mean Gonglina? Your sister, the eldest daughter of the Simisai family, will also come tonight? Why would I lie to you, my friend?" Mr. Wally smiled at this time. "I think, with my face, my sister won't refuse. Let's just wait. She should appear soon." Mr. Cor shook his head and said straightforwardly, "Wally, last time I came to find you, you gave me a cold shoulder. This time, you even called your sister over. What are you planning to do?" "Just to hold a banquet." Mr. Wally smiled at this time. "Do you need a reason to hold a banquet? This is a prayer to the goddess of happiness." Mr. Cor obviously didn't believe it. In this sensitive period of internal strife within the 13 clans, if it wasn't for the supervision team to regain power, they would never privately contact with the heirs of these clans. This time, they actually called Gonglina. It was said that the eldest daughter of the Simisai family was fiercely fighting with another son of the Simisai family for the family's power. At this time, Wally, the heir of the Simisai family, invited Gonglina. Could it be some kind of signal? For the time being, let's stay and see what this pair of siblings is planning. No need to greet us. We'll find a place to sit by ourselves. In the face of Mr. Wally's warm greeting, Mr. Cor responded indifferently. Then he took his 2 subordinates and found a corner to sit down, right next to Dr. Gores. The family doctor of the castle gently raised his cup at this time, but it didn't attract the attention of the several vampires of the supervision team. Dr. Gores didn't care either. After chuckling, he continued to eat the snacks on the table by himself. At this time, the side door of the banquet hall slowly opened, and the chef, Mr. Nelson, slowly walked in with a dining cart. Behind him, Tang Tianlin and Nan Xiaonan, who had changed into a new set of chef's clothes, followed step by step with their heads lowered. Then the 2 couldn't help but think in their hearts, "Why is this happening? Why is this happening?" They wanted to inquire about the situation inside the castle, and it would be best to get information about the owner of the castle, but obviously not in this way. At this time, the eyes of the people in the hall were focused on Mr. Nelson, Tang Tianlin, and Nan Xiaonan. This immediately made the 2 of them feel great pressure. The ghoul bodyguards opened their mouths at this time, wanting to say something. Obviously, there was no problem with their memory. They recognized these 2 people at a glance. Weren't they the 2 mercenaries who sent House here? As for why these 2 people became the chef's assistants, the ghoul bodyguards had 10,000 questions in their hearts at this time. It was just that everyone present had a much higher status than them, and Mr. Wally was the owner of everything, so they could only temporarily suppress their questions. "Aha! Look who's here. It's Nelson, my best chef," Mr. Wally cheerfully said at this time. "Look at what my chef has prepared for us. Of course, food." It was as if I could already smell that mouth-watering aroma. "Then, Chef Nelson, may I ask who the two behind you are?" "The kitchen newcomers." The chef shrugged at this time and said at this time, "Mr. Butler sent them here. Sir, I work very hard and often can't handle it alone, so I need 2 helpers." "It doesn't matter. I like more people." Mr. Wally glanced at them casually and nodded as if he didn't pay more attention. "It will be lively when there are more people. Ah, only the beautiful Miss Gonglina is left. I really can't wait to see my beautiful sister. Well, it seems that another guest has arrived." The door of the banquet hall slowly opened at this time. Mr. Wally said with a smile at this time, "What I like most is the feeling of anticipation at the moment when the door is about to open. Because you never know who is about to open the door and come in. It's full of mystery. Oh, it looks like this is the guest of the castle today, right?" The twin maids were whispering something to the owner of the castle at this time. In front of the door, Boss Luo and Miss Maid walked in slowly hand in hand. They were not surrounded by the crowd, but met the eyes of the crowd at the same time. When she saw the arrival of Mr. Luo, Nen Xiaonan was not afraid at all. She even let out a sigh of relief, which made Tang Tianlin beside her couldn't help but feel suspicious. In the silence after the attention ceremony, Boss Luo smiled slightly and said, "I think we should not be late. Excuse me, has the banquet started?" "No, of course not." Mr. Wally smiled at this time, walking towards them quickly. "You two must be the guests during the day. I'm Wally Tsimic, the owner of this castle. The servants have already told me about you two. It's a really unfortunate day, but it doesn't matter. Your luck will come soon." "Do you know why?" "Why?" Boss Luo asked casually. "Because this will be a night full of happiness and surprises." Mr. Wally opened his hands at this time. "An unforgettable banquet." Bang, 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 bang. The sound of the guns salute. Ghoul bodyguards had climbed to the 2nd floor of the banquet hall at this time, and saluted in the air one after another. At the same time, the lights in the banquet hall dimmed, and then the light swayed, shining on Mr. Wally. His figure flashed and appeared on the stage of the banquet hall. The music was played. The beautiful twin maids didn't know whether it was appropriate or not, and even changed into bunny girl clothes, and then began to dance with Mr. Wally singing. Well, it was quite normal at first. Then suddenly they started to sing. It was like the scene of a musical. Not to mention, Mr. Wally's singing was surprisingly, did the owner of this castle stay in Ganji's country? In the bustling banquet hall, Tang Tianlin stared blankly at the suddenly lively banquet hall and couldn't help but fall into meditation. A carriage came through the swaying space and then appeared on the road leading to the castle on the mountainside. Soon, the old and gorgeous carriage stopped in front of the castle gate. "Miss Gonglina, we've arrived at Mr. Wally's castle." The coachman opened the door of the carriage, and a pair of slender legs slowly stretched out. "Thank you for your hard work." The beauty in the carriage smiled slightly at this time. At this moment, a night wind blew, and then something blew over the coachman's head, covering it. Miss Gonglina curiously picked up the thing that covered the coachman's head and opened it to take a look. "This is a map? Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS 6284ths.